Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, last time, we got back to Fate Stay Night and we kicked off into the Heavens Field route, the official final route of Fate Stay Night. And we have a goal to reach before June, and though we shouldn't take too long to get to it, and we want to find out Ryder's true name before a particular character is released in Fate Grand Order. So like that's the goal, but it shouldn't. By my calculations, it shouldn't take too much longer. So we're not in that much of a hurry. It's just something I want to do to avoid spoilers for the game. So yeah, speaking of Ryder, last time we saw Shinji being a piece of being a POS, and like ripping into her for losing. I am going to kill that boy. Yeah. So and now we're at the church. For some reason, I do not remember. So let us get to the game. It's the middle of the night, but the church is brightly lit. Saber hands the unconscious victim over to me in front of the church, and I take her inside. Oh yeah, we were taking the victim that Ryder was feeding on. Jealous. I call loudly for Kurtamine, who comes out, takes one look at the victim and carries her into the back room. Apparently, the only room that's usable as a treatment room is Kurtamine's own chambers. I sit on one of the pews. For now, I've done everything I can. It's up to Kurtamine whether she'll pull through. Actually, I should correct something quickly. Because we're not exactly into the part of this route where I'm blind. I just have to trust them and wait for the outcome. Time passes. I know Saber's waiting for me outside, but I can't leave just yet. Besides, I want some time to think alone. The Mato family turned out to be a bloodline of mages. Shinji became a master with the servants under his command. Zoka Mato let the family heir fight in the Holy Grail War, even though they've lost their power. The Ainsburns aren't the only faction with a fixation on the Holy Grail. Mikiri and Tosaka. In fact, people close to the Grail itself are bound to become masters. Even Saber is no exception. The Ainsburns sought the Grail for 1,000 years. I can't even begin to imagine that level of obsession. There are things that require the Holy Grail's power to be saved or healed. My old man defied the Grail and chose to destroy it instead. Can I see this through to the end with the same conviction? Do I really have the right to fight it in the same war as the Ainsburns and Mikiris? Who have been chasing their goal for hundreds of years? I look up. Kurtamine's expression isn't grim. That must mean the treatment went well. Or he just sat there and smiled as she died. That could have happened too. Or hooked her up to that nightmare in the basement that we know he has there. Well, Shirou doesn't know, but we, the players, the player know.
持ち直しはした。あとは本人次第だ。ここに連れてくるのが半時ほど遅ければ、今頃は本職に戻らねばならなかったが。
そうか。すまない。世話をかけちまった。あんたが起きていてくれて助かった。
どうした？私に礼を言うとは熱でもあるのか？悩み事なら相談に乗るぞ。
どうだか。悩み事なんて山ほどある。それを増やしたのは他ならぬあんただろ。これ以上。
なんだ。昼の話は迷惑だったか？後押ししてやったつもりなのだが、迷いを増やしただけとは、私も反省せねばならんな。
どうだか。悩み事なんて山ほどある。それを増やしたのは他ならぬあんただろ。これ以上あんたの長話なんか聞くもんか。
The priest seems rueful, but I can't tell how sincere he is. But I'm not going to let this awkward silence win.
そうさ。知ってるやつがマスターだったんだ。
Excuse me? I murmur pitifully, unable to keep it to myself. The priest says nothing. He merely nods in acknowledgement.
当然倒したのだろうな、エミやシロ。
I answer the short question with the nod of my own.
ならば悔いるな。人間には過去を変えることはできん。我々にできることは、常に自身の行いを是とすることだけだ。それでも罪を背負いたいのならば、これからの自身の行いに問うがいい。すでに起きた惨事をどう捉えるかは、お前次第だ。
The priest is right, again. The problem isn't that Shinji was a master, or that the Mato and Tosaka families are mages, or that the Einsburns are obsessed with the Holy Grail. What matters are the choices I make next.
あの人のことよろしく頼む。
I stand up and make to leave the chapel. Saber's waiting for me outside. Now that I know the woman will be all right, I have no reason to stay here.
待て、エミヤシロ。一つ助言をしてやろ
う。なんだよ。長話は聞かないって言っただろ。
なに、すぐに済む。こんな夜更けに治療をしてやったのだ。治療代として話に付き合え。
Can't argue with that. I reluctantly turn back and stand in front of the priest.
昼に言い忘れたことだ。アインツベルンの望み、1000年の願いを叶えるために彼らは生き続けてきた。なるほど。口にしてみれば大事だ。気をされるのも当然だろう。
This is why I can't deal with this guy. I haven't even said anything yet, but he hits me right where I'm most uncertain.
うるさいな。また蒸し返そうってのか、お前。
そうではない。私はな、そう意識するほどのことでもないと言っているのだ。そう。特別視する必要などない。この戦いはよくある出来事に過ぎないのだよ。日々の営み、人々の幸福が結晶化したものが聖杯戦争だ。参加すること、殺し合うことに罪悪などない。あらゆる人間は自分だけの望みを持ち、それを果たすために奪い合う。人間の一生とはそれだけのものだ。大小はあれ、 その思考性だけは共通する事項だろう。望みを叶えようとしない人間はいない。無論成否は別だ。人間は己が望みを叶えるために生き、その全てが目的に届かず終わるのだから。物事には順序がある。願いを叶えるためには相応の努力と蓄積が必要だ。そうして積み重ねる徒労を我々は人生と呼ぶ。聖杯とは単にその徒労をなくすだけのもの。人間の生き方をよりシンプルにしたものが聖杯戦争という殺し合いだ。つまり何も特別なことなどない。7人のマスターは己が人生をもって果たすべき長い過程を聖杯という近道で短縮しようとしているだけのこと。それ以外は何も変わらん。他者の願いを自己の願いで塗りつぶしていくのが人の営みだ。聖杯戦争もお前の人生も変わらない。お前はお前の望むまま気負うことなく勝ち抜くがいい。
The priest's tone is pleasant. To him, there is no difference between noble and mundane wishes. He doesn't judge the quality of anyone's desire. He's saying I should follow my heart and trample on everyone else's wishes. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. But what I hear loud and clear is his serious declaration that even a half-baked master like me can find meaning in this war.
らしくないな。あんたが人の心配をするなんて、どんな風の吹き回しだ。
何？しなくても良い話をしたからな。悩みを解きに来た者にさらなる迷いを与えては神父失格だ。
What a piece of work. If Tosaka heard that, she'd say he's always been a failure.
余計なお世話だ。じゃあな、衛星神父。
なあ、これに懲りなければまた来るがいい。
I snort and turn on my heel and march out of the church. This time, I really do leave, announcing it with loud and forceful footsteps. Saber's waiting for me outside the church. Come to think of it, my daytime visit went exactly like this too. Saber patiently waited for me in the frigid winter night. That might be how a master-servant dynamic is meant to be anyway, but she's still here for my sake. I hope I can repay her goodwill.
あの人助かったよ。セイバーのおかげだ。
礼には及びません。あの女性を助けようとしたのはシローです。私はあなたの方針に従っただけですから。
She gives me a surprisingly kind expression.
いや、そんなことないぞ。あの人を助けたのはセイバーだ。俺だけじゃきっと間に合わなかったし、それに。
She let Zokomato get away just to help a victim. If we'd stopped the old man from leaving, there would have been another fight. The woman was in critical condition and wouldn't have made it. Saber must have had that in mind when she let Zokan go.
何ですか、シロー。その理由もなく頬が緩んでいるように見えますが。
理由はあるよ。セイバーが思っていた通りのやつでよかった。ありがとうな、セイバー。俺の無茶な方針に従ってくれて嬉しかった。
何を言うのです。私は別に シローの指示が無茶だとは思ってなど。
そうか、散々甘いだの手ぬるいだの戦いを何だと思っているのですかなんて言ってたじゃないか。セイバー、努力はするけど状況次第で方針は変えるって顔してたぞ。
そんな顔はしていません。マスターの身に危険が迫った時は私の判断を優先すると言っただけではないですか。それをそうかなどとよく得たものですね、シローは。
Saber grunts in indignance. Ignorance. Her pouty face looks so similar yet different from the way she's been acting, and that I can't help but smile.
シロー、どうやらあなたには一度礼節とはどういうものか教え込まなければならないようですね。
Turn around, bend over. My sword is going right up your rectum.
機会があったら頼む。けどセイバー、今はそれよりこの戦いを終わらせよう。
シロー、
俺はセイバーみたいに聖杯が必要ってわけじゃなかった。戦いを終わらせて最後まで残れたら聖杯はセイバーにもらってほしいなんて思ってた。そんな半端な自分でセイバーは本当にいいのかって迷いがあった。
そうですか。では今はどうなのです。あなたは今夜自分の意志での戦いを経験した。
いや、これが全然まだ聖杯戦争には納得できてない。けど必ず最後まで戦う。俺には他の連中みたいに聖杯で叶える願いはない。けどさ、誰かを守ること、正義の味方になることが俺の目標だったんだ。それが他の連中に劣っているとは思えない。なら相手が500年だろうが1000年だろうが向こうに回して戦わなくちゃいけないと思うんだ。
なるほど。確かにそれは筋が通っている。では私も今一度誓いましょう。あなたが私の主としてふさわしい限り、この身はあなたの剣となる。シローがシローである限り、その期待を決して裏切ることはありません。
精一杯努力する、セイバー。
Her honest smile makes me feel a little awkward, so I look up at the sky. The starry winter sky reminds me of a frozen lake. It's so beautiful.
決して裏切ることはない。
I gaze up at the night sky, so far removed from the surface and from tonight's events. Under that same sky, she made a promise to me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I need to do everything I can to live up to that trust, to stay true to the person that she thinks I am. At the very least, I hope I can look back on this path one day without any regrets. Omen. Light pours in. Through my closed eyes, it announces the coming of morning. I roll over in bed, turning away from the light. I'm still sleepy. Judging by how cold it seems outside, it must be around 5:30 a.m. I went to bed late last night. By the time Saber and I returned from the church and I sent her off to sleep in her guest bedroom, it was already 3 a.m. I don't think 2 hours of sleep is enough. It is not. You probably want to take a power nap during the day. Not to mention, I ran myself ragged yesterday. If I can at least get another 30 minutes of sleep, then... In my sleepy haze, I think I just saw something. It's right next to my futon. Next to me, in other words, something's kneeling there, incredibly out of place. Somehow it reminds me of a person. It's staring so intensely it makes me nervous, which means it's...
Saber!
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
なんで俺の部屋にいるんだお前。ちゃんと離れの部屋に案内しただろう、昨日。
I jolt up and start to get out of the futon, but I stop before my lower half leaves the covers. Can you go out for a second? I forgot to put on pants. Guys have to deal with stuff in the morning.
それなのですが、やはり問題があります。部屋には案内されましたが、あそこはシロの部屋から離れすぎています。あなた、
ちょっと待った。とりあえず離れろ。
それなのですが、やはり問題があります。部屋には案内されましたが、あそこはシロの部屋から離れすぎています。あなたを身を守るには、常にそばに控えているのが適切です。
Why did split the two?
いいから離れろ。頼むから離れろ。ごめん、セイバーが離れないんなら俺が離れる。
I start rolling away from her, still wrapped in my sheets like a spring roll. Saber watches me curiously. Darn it, doesn't she know I'm a healthy young teenager? I get nervous enough when she's close to me, but having her near next to me first thing in the morning is certain doom for my brain cells. It's an ambush guaranteed to wipe out the brave soldiers of my frontal lobe.
シロ、話の続きですが。
続きって部屋のことか。
はい。万全を期すため、私たちは同室で休むべきです。この屋敷の結界は優秀ですが、あくまで警告を発するだけのもの。攻め込まれた場合、あなたを守る盾にはなりません。
Saber's correct, of course, but I wish she'd consider my mental fortitude. If she sleeps in the same room as me, then I might lose my sanity before I lose my life to an enemy. Besides, I can't stay with Saber 24/7, so maybe we should draw some boundaries. Oh, I forgot. I have to go to school today.
シロ、どうしました？突然顔を青くして。あなたがそのような顔をするときは、決まって良くない提案をすると把握していますが。
She's sharp. Saber eyes me suspiciously. Loyalty oath nowhere to be seen.
いや、言い忘れていたことがあるんだが。
I take a seat opposite her. Now, how can I convince her to let me go to school by myself? Her gaze is painfully unrelenting. While my knife rhythmically chops tofu, Saber is sitting in a dignified seiza position, staring intently at my face. I'm going to go to school like I usually do. We haven't seen eye to eye since I suggested doing so. Saber is against it, of course. She says it's too dangerous to let her master go out alone. But I had my own life to worry about. Fujini will get suspicious if I miss class, and I'll never know what's happening outside if I stay cooped up at home. Besides, we might tip off if other masters if Saber goes outside. I think it's worth going out on my own and to scout out the terrain, because that worked so well in the Unlimited Blade Works route.
マスター同士の戦いは人目を避けるんだろう。なら日中は安全だ。よほど人気のないところに出向かない限り仕掛けられることはない。
Saber disagrees, saying that it wasn't a guarantee of safety. To be honest, I lost my temper at how overprotective she was being, and stubbornly insisted on going to school, so that's where we are now. Saber's gaze is painful because she's angry at me. Lesson of the day. She knows how to hold a grudge, and she's pretty emotional about it too, so she can be a handful. I better be careful not to get into any shouting matches with her in the future. Oh, like you're any different.
何か言いましたか、シロ？
いや、独り言。この豆腐硬くて。
And her hearing's too damn sharp. Definitely not the sort of person you want to have a Cold War with.
あれ、もうそんな時間か。
It's that time, Our Lady. Our Lady, not already. Get it right. The doorbell rings and I hear the front door open. Sakura announces herself a second later.
セイバーと長話してたもんだから、いつもより30分ロスしたわけだ。
Still, I mostly finished making breakfast. I thought about making sandwiches to make Saber happy, but she didn't look like she was in the mood, so I won't. Japanese people eat rice. I resist the violence of her gaze by making her follow the old adage, when in Rome.
おはようございます、先輩。今朝はもうやっつけちゃったんですか？
ああ、だいたい片付けた。おはよう、さくら。藤姉もそろそろだろうから、盛り付け手伝ってくれ。はい、
それじゃあお手伝いしちゃいますね。
Sakura sets her bag down in the living room and greets Saber.
おはようございます、セイバーさん。昨日はよく眠れましたか？はい、慣れない部屋でしたが、この屋敷には慣れていましたので、問題はありません。
Oh, they're talking. They didn't yesterday, but Sakura seems to have accepted her.
お待たせしました。先輩、どこから仕上げるんですか？
うん、大皿1枚と人数分の皿4枚。サラダは出来上がってるんで、適当に盛り付けてくれ。はい。はあ、今朝のサラダはジャーマンポテトですか。朝から洋食風なんて凝ってますね、先輩。
As she expresses her surprise, Sakura scoops the large serving of potato salad onto the big plate and garnishes it. I'd like to object that the only Western thing about this meal is the salad, though. I'd like to further point out that this isn't a concession to Saber. I just felt like making potato salad. Uh-huh.
なんかいい匂い。先輩、ちょっと味見いいですか？
いいけど熱いぞ。あと甘いかもしれない。
Sakura uses a pair of long frying chopsticks to sample the potatoes I'm cooking.
はあ、本当に甘い。これ 技じゃないですよね。
She licks her lip as she considers the recipe. Is onions usually a thing in potato salad? We never have onions in our potato salad. Watching her, I'm surprised. I've seen Sakura taste test food plenty of times, but from this close, was she always so charming?
美味しいです先輩。この味付け気に入っちゃいました。
She must be fond of it because she enthusiastically scoops potatoes into a big plate. That's the usual Sakura. I'm relieved to feel my surprise draining away.
さくら、
はい。何ですか先輩。
She's the same old Sakura. She's no different than she was yesterday.
シンジは
I stopped just short of asking her what happened and after he went home last night. If Shinji has a grudge against me for yesterday, then I doubt he would have let Sakura come over. Shinji may be a master belonging to a family of mages, but that has nothing to do with Sakura. She won't be pulled into this war. Still, I worry for her. If something happens that causes Sakura, that causes Shinji to dump on Sakura all the Mato family affairs, the Holy Grail War and the fight between masters, then she'll definitely be involved. I have to prevent that, no matter what.
いや、なんでもない。
はい。それより先輩。今は兄さんに関わらないでください。 兄さん、昨日の夜からおかしいんです。気が立っているようだから、先輩にもおかしなことを言ってしまうかもしれない。
I need to make sure Sakura doesn't know what happened. I know why Shinji's acting that way, of course. He went off the rails last night. He lost his status as a master and his grandfather berated him. Considering Shinji's personality, he must be seriously pissed at me. Sakura doesn't know anything. She's ignorant of her brother's situation and her family's secrets. Then, is it safe to keep living with Shinji? Shinji hasn't given up. I can't rule out the chance that he might do something awful to his sister.
先輩、ごめんなさい。朝から迷惑かけてしまっているみたいで。
バカ、迷惑なんてそんなこと言うな。
I'm the one causing trouble for you. I should have foreseen the situation after fighting Shinji. I need to come up with a way that Sakura can keep living her life. To find a way to let her keep smiling like she always has. Breakfast ends in a gloomy mood. I don't know why, but Fujini never showed up, and Sakura ate in silence the whole time. Saber's always been stoic, and I'm not exactly talkative either. We clean up quickly after breakfast, and Sakura leaves 40 minutes early for morning practice.
それじゃあ失礼しますね、先輩。
Sakura forces a smile and puts on her shoes.
部活、あんまり張り切るなよ。この前だって体調が悪いっていうのに無理しようとしただろう。朝練は適度に流して奥でお茶でも飲んでろ。三つ釣りがなんか言ったらな、俺に貸し1でいいって言い返せ。
はい、それなら首相も喜びます。
The front door slides open with a clatter. Sakura bows, turns to leave, and runs smack into the door.
さくら。
She holds her nose, moaning.
大 大丈夫かさくら、話出てないか。
大丈夫です。聖杯に鼻血なんて見られたら死んじゃいます。
Sakura stands up unsteadily. Surely that accident happened because she wasn't paying attention, right?
本当に体はいいのかさくら。今のぶつかったっていうより倒れたように見えたぞ。立ちくらみだったら今日は。
おかしいな。そんなことないんですよ。今のは私の不注意で、恥ずかしいです。それじゃあ改めてお先に失礼しますね、先輩。藤村先生には今朝も先輩のご飯は美味しかったってお伝えします。
Sakura leaves without further incident, trying to downplay my worries. She does look full of energy. If she's tired, maybe it's mental rather than physical fatigue.
真治のこともある。このまま放っておけないよな。
I say that, but I don't have any clear solutions. I can't consult Saber about this, nor can I tell Sakura the truth. Fujini's completely out, of course. Damn it! If only there was someone to go who goes to the same school as me, I could ask for her advice. Who could actually know who would actually know what the Holy Grail War is?
そんな都合のいいやつ、ひょこひょこ歩いてるはずないよな。
Let's give him a minute. I go up the stairs. I managed to get Saber to stay home while I went to school, though my head is a little foggy.
エミヤ君?
Are we going to get another chase? There she is. Luckily, the one person I can ask about anything suddenly strolled right up to me.
そう。私のこと甘く見てるってこと。
Tosaka calls out to me. Maybe she has business with me too. What good luck. Okay, checking for points. Okay, we've got one. Um, What's the limit that we need? Less than 9, and we've already got 1. So after 5, 6. Yeah, after that 6 point, and we'll have to avoid it. Oh, but no, after the 5th point we have to avoid it because if we don't get a particular flag, then which requires sacrificing a Sakura point, and we won't be able to to meet the requirements for Ilia. So it will be 5. But the next Sakura choice will give us 5 whole points, and which will let us carry through. So we'll save on that choice. So this will just give us a Ren point, which isn't going to do anything in this route. But we'll consult her about Sakura.
いいわ。そっちがその気ならここで決着をつけてあげる。サーバントを連れずに学校に来るなんて。
すまん、五条だ父さんが相談に乗ってくれ。
I closed it and took Sokka until I got her backed up against the wall. Given the subject matter, I can't let the students around us hear.
ちょっと何考えてるのよあんた。 ここで決着つけるってのはあくまで例えで、まだ周りにみんながいるじゃない。
頼む、頼れるのはお前しかいないんだ。さくらが聖杯戦争に巻き込まれそうでどうしていいかわからない。お前ならいろいろ知ってるし、なんとか知られないまま守れる方法ってないか。
I love how the translation is vague, but you can clearly hear him using Sakura's name. Tosaka stares at me for a moment, flabbergasted.
すまん、あんまりにもいいタイミングだったからつい取り乱しちまった。そのさくらってのは俺の後輩なんだけど、そいつが聖杯戦争に関わっちまいそうなんだ。なんとかしたいんだけど、うまい方法が思いつかなくて、それで。
言い訳は結構。それより早くどいてくれない？ホームルーム始まっちゃうでしょ。
悪い、気がつかなかった。
I scramble back from Tosaka. Belatedly, I come to my senses while my cheeks go beet red. What was I thinking, cornering her against the wall like that?
謝ってばっかりだけど、とにかく話を聞いてくれ。俺は
相談事があるんでしょ。いいわ、聞いてあげる。
本当か、父さんが。
あのね、聞いてあげないと死にそうな顔して本当かはないでしょ。昼休みに屋上、話ならそこで聞くわ。
So we managed to avoid another chase sequence, unless she plans to chase us on the roof. Tosaka turns on a heel and goes up the stairs. I stare after her in shock for a moment when
急がないと遅刻するわよ。
she leaves me with those words in a vaguely pouting tone. I hurry to the classroom. It's still 3 minutes before homeroom starts, and Fujini isn't here yet. Shinji's desk is empty. It's gonna be tough to face him after yesterday, but I was hoping to talk to him. If he's absent, though, there's nothing I can do about that. Going to the Mato house would just provoke him, so I need to think of another way that wouldn't involve Sakura. There's another empty seat. He says. I put my bag down at my desk and get ready for homeroom.
お待たせ。どう？今日は朝から新記録でしょ。
Fujini arrives before the bell, which is unusual for her. I thought maybe she overslept since she didn't come over for breakfast, but she's as chipper as ever. The bell announces the start of lunch break. I make a mad dash out of the classroom, buy a sweet bean and paste bun and tea from the cafeteria on the ground floor, and take the nearest flight of stairs to the roof. I fight through the flood of students heading down to the first floor. My heart pounds in my chest. The first period, in first period it was fine. By second period it was going up. By third period it was like I was at a run. And now at fourth, the tempo was absolutely frantic. This is where I admit that I'm nervous as all hell. I'm grateful to Tosaka for giving me her time, but it feels like an afterthought right now. Thinking about it rationally, it's crazy that D-Rin Tosaka is meeting up with me for lunch. She's the school idol and an impeccable star student, and, well, the girl I've had a crush on and ever since last year. I tried to steady my wild breathing as I run up the stairs. Anyway, this is big. Even if we're both masters now, Tosaka is still Tosaka, so I don't want to be late to our meetup. I'm the one who suggested we meet. It'd be really lame if I wasn't ahead of her confidently waiting. That's what he is concerned about, looking cool. However...
Tosaka.
Been waiting for 5 minutes. What took you?
遅かったわね、エミヤ君。
There are some walls that we plebeians can never overcome, no matter how hard we try.
話があるんでしょ。立ち話もなんだから座りましょう。
Tosaka moves into the shadow of the water tower now without waiting for me. Right. Even if someone else comes up to the roof, they won't see us there. It blocks, and it blocks the wind too.
じゃあ詳しい話を聞かせて。さくらっていう後輩がどうしたのか、昨日何があったのかを。
まあ少し長くなるけどいいか。
なるべく手短にね。昼休みそう長くないんだから。
Boil it down to 10 seconds, to 10, and boil it down to 2 sentences. Shinji's the master. Sakura might be next. They're like, wait, not that brief. Alright. It isn't exactly spacious here, but I'm only getting more nervous sitting this close to her. Now's not the time for that, though. Tosaka's gone out of her way to be here, so I need to tell her about Sakura.
じゃあ簡単に言うぞ。マトサクラって子は後輩で昔からの知り合いなんだ。サクラの兄貴はマトシンジって言って、これまた長い付き合いだ。で、簡単に言うと昨日の夜他のマスターと戦った。その
シンジがマスターだったって本当？
で、簡単に言うと昨日の夜他のマスターと戦った。そのマスターがシンジだったんだ。ああ、あいつのじいさんマトウゾウケンってやつも言ってたから間違いない。で、マトウの家はもともと魔術師の家系らしいんだが、遠坂は
当然でしょう。私が知らなかったこの町の魔術師はあなただけよ。けどそれは絶対にないって思ってた。だってシンジは
あいつのじいさんマトウゾウケンってやつも言ってたから間違いない。で、マトウの家はもともと魔術師の家系らしいんだが、遠坂は知ってたのか？魔術師じゃない。魔術使いとしての最低条件である魔術回路がないんだってな。マトウゾウケンもそう言ってた。けどそれはあくまで魔術師としての話だろう。マスターになる条件は別だと思う。俺だってシンジと似たようなもんなんだ。この際魔術師じゃないとマスターになれないなんて考えはやめた方がいい。
そうで、シンジは倒したの？あなた。
あいつのサーバントライダーはセイバーにやられたよ。シンジのレイジも燃えちまってあいつはマスターで亡くなった。けどあいつは諦めてないと思う。それだけでも危なっかしいってのに、あいつの家にはサクラがいるんだ。ゾウケンに聞いたけど魔術ってのは後継者にしか教えないんだろ。サクラは何も知らされずに育てられた。だからシンジが何をしているかは知らない。このまま知らずにいてくれればサクラはマスター同士の戦いになんか巻き込まれないで済む。
そうね。なのにどうしてさくらが危ないって思うのよ、あなたは。
Because Shinji is an abusive piece of shit?
言っただろ。今のシンジは不安定なんだ。あのままだと一緒に住んでいるさくらだってずっと無関係でいられるかわからない。だから
さくらを巻き込んでしまう可能性が出る前に決着をつけたいっていうのね。それは正しいけど、あなたじゃ無理よ。竜道寺の件もあるし、他の連中はどうもきな臭い。今回の聖杯戦争は思ったより長引くわ。
Yeah. Shinji forfeited as a master, and exiting the war would be the best outcome, but it isn't realistic to hope for that. The next best option would be to separate Sakura from Shinji, but...
ならあとは一つだけでしょ。そのさくらって子を巻き込みたくないんなら、あなたが保護すればいいのよ。
それは当然考えた。けど俺だってマスターだぞ。家にいたら危険だし、シンジだってよく思わない。それにさくらだって今日から泊まれなんて言われたら嫌がるに決まってる。
はあ、ほんと鈍感なのね、エミヤ君は。なんでもないわ。とにかくダメ元で聞いてみなさい。シンジからさくらを守るのも、あなたが他のマスターからさくらを守るのも変わらないでしょ。なら自分で努力してどうにかなる方法を選ぶべきじゃないの？さくらって子があなたにとって大切な人間だって言うんならさ。
Tosaka's words strike a chord somehow. It's like getting punched in the head.
そうだな。確かにそれはそうだ。俺が勝手にさくらの気持ちを気にする前にさくら本人に聞かなくちゃダメだった。
そうよ。だいたいね、嫌いなやつのとこに毎日ご飯を作りに行くかっていうの。あなたはさくらに頼りにされてるんだから、もっと強気でさくらを振り回しなさい。
俺そんなこと言ったっけ？さくらが飯作りに来てくれてるって。
言ったわよ。一番初めに言った。ちゃんと言った。きっと言った。必ず言った。言ったんだから細かいことは気にしないの。
Tosaka shoots back at my simple question with a raging flurry of retorts. I certainly haven't been spying on you. Sure, whatever. Ever since that night, I've become painfully aware of how much of an act she puts on during school.
わかった。とにかくサンキュー。助かったよ、トサカ。俺一人じゃ変に気を使って決めるのがもっと遅れていた。
あら、妙に素直かと思ったら強気じゃない。結局一人でも結論は同じだったなんて、もしかしてのろけ？
Tosaka smirks. What a surprise attack of a smile.
いや、そういうわけじゃない。けど、明日もさくらが落ち込んでたら、うちに止めようって思うだろ？普通。
へえ、顔を真っ赤にしちゃってほんと嘘がつけないんだ。エミヤくん、いつも済ましてるけど中身は純情だったってオチ？
The gremlin's back!
そういうお前こそ何者だ。優等生のくせに人をからかって楽しいのか？
失礼ね。相手ぐらい選んでるんだけど。私、からかって楽しい相手しか手を出さないもの。ほらほら、寒いんだからもっと場所詰めてよ。あんまり離れると風が冷たいじゃない？
バカ！お前これ以上くっついたらすごいぞ。大変だぞ。喧嘩売ってんなら買うから離れろ、この悪魔。
Overwhelmed, I shy away from Tosaka's reach. I'm in trouble. Being this close to her was bad enough, but that was nearly a mortal blow. The more I'm around Tosaka, the more I feel like she's someone I can talk to. But I've also come to realize that the girl I admire is someone I must absolutely not let my guard down around. I could handle it if that was the extent of our relationship, but that just now was too much. I can't ignore her beautiful hair, delicate features, and the soft lines of her body as she gets this close to me. My formerly pounding heart is now on the verge of exploding. I hate to admit it, but Tosaka is really pretty. Even though she's turned out different from how I imagined when I got to know her personally, it doesn't change how much I admire her.
とにかく世話になった。俺からの話はこれだけだ。あとは遠坂の話を聞く。
私の話って別にそんなのないわよ。
あれ、だって朝なんか言ってなかったか。いや、俺はどうかしてたんで聞かなかったけど、遠坂不機嫌そうだったじゃないか。
If only he knew. She was this close to chasing him down the hall, shooting a curse at him.
ああ、あれね。あれはもういいわ。用件があったのは本当だけど、今はそんな気分じゃなくなったし、正直毒気が抜かれたわよ。
毒気が抜かれたって何のさ。
だからあなたのそういうところによ。まあいいわ。物のついでだし、一ついいことを教えてあげる。最近街で原因不明の香水事件って起きてるでしょ。あれはサーバントの仕業だけど、そいつのマスターは竜道寺にいるわ。
そういえばさっき竜道寺がどうだの言ってたな。竜道寺ってあの竜道寺か。
ええ、厄介な相手だから手を出すのなら気をつけなさい。あいつら命までは取ってないけど無差別に人を襲ってるわ。日に日に強くなっていくから早めに潰したいんだけど、私のアーチャーは誰かさんにやられた傷が治ってないしね。まあどんなに魔力を蓄えたところで一度に使える魔力の最大量なんてたかが知れてるし、しばらくは傍観するけど。
So there's a master in Rio Temple. Tosaka must be doing everything she can to stay in the fight without Archer.
さて、それじゃあエミヤ君は私から仮1ね。
So go get yourself killed!
知らない情報を教えてもらったんだから。
The star student of Homohara High smirks confidently. Is that really the name of the school this whole time? I forgot. It strikes a sense of foreboding in me, like a snake clicking its lips before a frog. Shirou, biology. Snakes don't have licks to lip, nor snakes don't have lips to lick, nor are their tongues capable of licking. They use it for smell.
なんだよそれ。俺だってシンジのことを教えただろ。情報交換なら貸し借りなしだ。
あら、シンジのことはさくらのことで総裁でしょ。それともさっきのお礼は形だけだったのかしら。
She's a devil, a tease. Don't be fooled, everyone. Tosaka is out to ruin the peace and quiet of our school.
さて、それじゃあ何をもらおうかな。魔術師同士の取引は10日交換ってのが基本よね。
Ah, my old man did mention that. I stare at my hands. This is all I have on me right now.
納得いった？あなたには返すべき情報がないんだから、こうなったらセイバーの。
仕方ない。遠坂、昼飯まだだろ。半分やる。
I take my sweet bun out of the wrapper and tear it in half. It's a painful sacrifice, but to prove I'm a man of my word, I offer her my entire can of tea, too.
ちょっとエビア君
Mission mailed.
ほら食べろよ。今からじゃ食堂も購買も終わってるだろうし、少ないけど腹の足しにはなるぞ。
I put the bun in Tosaka's hand. Maybe she doesn't like sweet sweet green pea filling. Tosaka stares at me for a second.
ありがとう。じゃあ遠慮なくいただくわ。
Then she really takes a bite out of it. After school, the campus dies down. The classroom's empty, and the students either go home or to their respective clubs, like baby spiders scattering from the
よ
nest.
し、こっちも一足先に帰って準備しなくちゃな。
I need to mentally prepare to have Sakura stay over, too. I'll do my dinner shopping first, then break the news when Sakura comes back from club practice.
さて、今日の夜は何にしたもんか。
Arms folded, I pause to think about. Excuse me. To think in front of Toyotsu, the local supermarket. If I want Sakura to stay over, I'll have to convince Fujini, meaning that I should think of a way to make them both happy.
昨日も派手にやったからな。バイトもしばらく休むし、食いぶちも一人増えたし、あんまり余裕ないんだけど。
Still, I can make an exception this month. I do have savings, and I can't fight the Holy Grail War if I'm worried about living expenses. I can just think of it as a way to repay Sakura for everything she's done. With a bag full of ingredients, I leave Toyotsu or Toyoetsu. Usually, I'm against overspending, though in this case, the bounty was good. I managed to get my hands on some high-grade Pacific cod, which could go well in a stew tonight.
よしよし。これで藤根対策は万全。
While walking home in high spirits, I stop at my tracks. Something's pulling on my clothes from behind me.
何事？
I turn around curiously. I'm met by the side of a young girl with silver hair. Oh, hi, Ilya. Wait a minute. I leap backwards with a yelp. The girl just watches as I panic. The hell? She doesn't seem hostile, much less murderous. Instead, she says,
よかった。生きてたんだね、お兄ちゃん。
She beams at me in genuine joy. There's no mistake that this is Berserker's master. She commands that monster that nearly tore me in half with a single slash that night. She's from the ancient and magical lineage that founded the Holy Grail War, one my old man and Kuretsuga betrayed. But what's she doing out here in the middle of the day? With Father Kotamine's words still fresh in my mind, she's no longer just a stranger to me. That's why, without thinking, I murmur,
イリいや。
Without knowing the significance of it, I blurt out the girl's name.
あ、いや違った。イリアス、そう、イリアスフィールだった。間違えてごめん。
I bow out of reflex. It doesn't matter whether she's Berserker master or the daughter of the Einsburns right now. I just can't leave her alone. Not when she looks like she's about to cry.
いや悪気はなかったんだ。ただつい口にしちまったっていうか。
名前教えて。
え？
お兄ちゃんの名前教えて。私だけ知らないの不公平。
That's right. Come to think of it, Iliasbil introduced herself before, but I still haven't told her my name.
俺はシロー。エミヤシローっていう。
エミヤシロ。不思議な発音するんだね。お兄ちゃんは。
違うぞ。今の発音だとエミヤシロじゃないか。エミヤが名字でシローが名前なんだ。言いにくかったらシローってだけ覚えてくれ。
Without really thinking about it, I correct the girl's lilted pronunciation. I even wag a finger at her, which makes her blink in surprise. By the time I realize how blunt I'm being, it's too late. Once again, she looks like she's about to cry.
シロか。気に入ったわ。単純だけど響きが綺麗だし、シロに合ってるもの。これならさっきのも許してあげる。
Suddenly, she grabs my arm.
待て、イリアスフィール。何すんだよ、お前。
さっきみたいにイリアでいいよ、シロ。私もシロって言うんだから、これでおあいこだよね。
いや、それは言いやすくて助かるんだけど、とにかく待て。
I try to shake Helio off my arm, but she just squeals in delight. Uh-oh, at this rate, the neighborhood mother hens will start to gossip.
何が目的だ。こんな真っ昼間からやり合おうって腹か。
I finally wrench my arm out of her grasp. Ah, Ilya looks unhappy.
なんだよ。そんな顔してもダメだぞ。何のつもりか知らないが、俺だってマスターだ。そう簡単にやられるわけには。なんだよ。
It sounded like that was interrupted.
ダメだぞ。何のつもりか知らないが、俺だってマスターだ。そう簡単にやられるわけには。
Why did I lose frames just then? Ilya shoots a glance at the shopping bag in my hand. Why was my model freaking out there? But she also keeps looking at me curiously.
と、イリア。
何シロ。
She's not how I imagined. She laughed back then too, but the feeling behind it was different. Like maybe
イリア、お前戦いに来たんじゃないのか。
何？シロは私に殺されたいの？
her gaze is enough to make my hair stand on end. No matter how young she looks, this girl is the strongest master. She might be giggling innocently one second and become a ruthless master the next.
よくわかんないけど、シロがそう言うんなら私はいいよ。予定がちょっと早まるだけだもん。セイバーと一緒にここで死ぬ？
ふざけるな。そんなわけあるか。俺だって殺されるのは嫌だし、こんなところで戦うのもごめんだ。
でしょ？マスターはね、明るいうちは戦っちゃダメなんだよ。シロもセイバーを連れていないし、私だってバーサーカーを連れてないでしょ。
それはそうだけど、じゃあ何しに来たんだよ、お前。俺に会ったのはただの偶然か？
偶然じゃないよ。セラの目を盗んで、わざわざシロに会いに来てあげたんだから、光栄に思ってよね。
I think I'm getting dizzy. Just when I thought she was in serious master mode, she's back to being an innocent child. I have no way of knowing which side is the real
分
Ilya.
かった。とにかくイリアは俺に会いに来た。けど戦うつもりはない。これでいいのか？
うん。私はシロウとお話をしに来たの。今までずーっと待ってたんだから、それぐらいいいでしょ。
I don't know what she means by at least, but apparently she really is just here to talk.
それともシロウは私と話すのは嫌？うん。シロウが嫌なら帰るよ。本当は嫌だけど、したくないことさせたら嫌われちゃうから。
We'll just push aside the fact she used Mystic Eye as on some like back in the Fate route. I don't think she does it she doesn't do it in the Unlimited Blade Works route. We were mostly focused on Caster in the Unlimited Blade Works route. Ilya gazes up into my eyes. As a master, it's dangerous to stay here with Ilya any longer. If Saber were here, I'm sure she'd be vehemently against this course of action. But I can't just leave, not when she's looking at me like that. I know it's heedless, haphazard, and half-cocked, but...
イリアと話すのは嫌じゃない。本当言うと、俺もイリアとは会って話がしたかった。やった。じゃああっちに行こう。さっきね、ちっちゃな公園見つけたんだ。
As soon as I agree, Ilya starts running, practically dancing in delight.
ほら、早く早く。急がないと置いていっちゃうからね。シロー。
まあ、なるようになるよな。
Resign myself to my fate, I follow after her. Ilya called me Shirou. That means I should deal with her in that means I should deal with her in kind, not as a master, but a regular girl. There's no one else at the park. Not in the sandbox or on the swings. It feels lonely. I sit down on a bench with Ilya. We must look like an odd pair. Ilya's clearly not my sister, since she's obviously foreign, but we have too much of an age gap to look like friends.
話をしようって何を話せばいいんだよ、イリア。お前から来たってことは、なんか聞きたいこととかあったのか？
なんで？別に私、シロウに聞きたいことなんてないよ。
Well then, how am I supposed to answer that, inscrutable little lady?
イリア、話がしたいって言ったのはお前だよな。なのに、なんで要件がないんだよ。用がないんなら来ないだろう、普通。
そうなの？用がないとお話ってできないの？
いや、そういうわけじゃない。今のは言い方が悪かった。用がなくても話はできる。むしろ用のない話って方がいいことかもしれない。けど参ったな。俺はイリアをよく知らないから何を話していいのかわからない。イリアの好き嫌いがわからないからな。イリアだってそうだろ？いきなり聞かれたくないことを聞かれたら嫌じゃないか？
Why do my eyes keep closing?
それはそうだけど、じゃあ何を聞けばいいのかな？シロ、何聞いても怒らない？
なんとか。俺のがお兄ちゃんなんだから大人な対応を努力する。
そっか。じゃあシロ、私のこと好き？
What does this kid think she's asking?
あ、嘘つきだ。シロを怒らないって言ったのに怒った。
バカ、誰だって呆れるぞ今のは。お前な、人をぶった切っておいて好きか嫌いかもないだろう。
何よ、あれは違うもん。シロが弱っちいくせに飛び出してくるからじゃない。私は悪くなんてないんだから。
I mean, she's got a point there.
悪くないわけあるか。だいたい初めからやる気満々だっただろう、イリアは。それがどうしてこう突拍子もなく好き嫌いの話になるんだっての。
Ilia's shoulders tremble and she goes silent. Oops. I made up my mind and I forgot we're masters. And here I'm putting my foot in my mouth.
ああ、イリア。
なるもん。何よ、シロのバカ。私が止めてあげなくちゃ死んでたくせに。口だけは達者なんだから。
Ilia's shoulders shake as she stares at the ground, even as she says something ominous. Well, she has got me there. I'm the one who steered the conversation this way, and I'm older. Ilia's just a kid.
ああ、そのな、イリア。
I make up my mind and decide to say it. I say, I don't hate you.
知り合ったばかりでイリアのことはよく知らないけど、イリアは嫌いじゃないぞ。少なくとも今みたいなイリアだったら仲良くなりたい。
It's later. I thought there was another thing that was supposed to happen by now, but no. Anyway.
本当？
ああ、その妹みたいで楽しい。それとあの夜のことは今後一切口にしない。こんな約束しかできないけど、それで信じてもらえるか？
シロがそう言うなら信じてあげる。
Ilia nearly tackles me when she hugs my arm again.
なんなんだお前。
So I grumble, but this isn't so bad. I assure myself. Right now, Ilia has no ill will towards me. I'm not going to fall over from a hug either. And if I lose my cool here, I'd be a failure of a big brother. As long as I've got her here, I'll have an easygoing chat with her, just like she wants. I think Ilya and I chatted for about an hour. Ilya happily listened to and as I talked about meaningless topics and everyday stuff. At some point, I realized how heartbreaking this was. Ilya really is an innocent little girl. She doesn't hesitate when it comes to being a master. It's so tragic that she doesn't feel any fear about fighting in a war. The magical lineage known as the Einsburns. This young girl who they already sent to carry out their 1,000-year-old obsession. If that's Ilya's objective too, then I...
一つ聞くけど。
何？
エミやキリツグって名前に聞き覚えはないか？
I just have to know. Time stops. It's an emotionless silence that seems to erase all the time we've spent together so far.
知らない。そんなやつ、私知らない。
Her silver hair sways. Ilya stands up from the bench and does a little twirl like a fairy.
そろそろ夕暮れだね。夜になったらバーサーカーが起きちゃうから、もう帰らないと。
Ilya bids me farewell in her childish way.
そうだな。俺もそろそろ帰らないと。
I stand up from the bench. Break time is over. The sun's setting, so we're back to being enemies. And yet I...
また会えるかな、イリア。
The question comes naturally to my lips.
どうしようかな。私はそうでもないんだけど、シロは。
あ、会いたくなきゃ言わないぞ、こんなの。
どうしようかな。私はそうでもないんだけど、シロは会いたい？じゃあ明日も気が向いたら来てあげる。期待しないで待っててね。
She runs out of the park. But the pale girl stops awkwardly.
さっきのは嘘だよ。本当はね、知ってる人だった。
イリア？
そう。私が生まれた理由は聖杯戦争に勝つことだけど、私の目的はキリツグとシロウを殺すことなんだから。
Awkward! Her footsteps fade into the evening. Leaving me with that, she leaves without looking back. And so I watch her go.
Tadaima! って、あれ、藤姉のやつはもう帰ってきてやがんの。
I take off my shoes and enter the hallway. It's not even 6 p.m. yet, so why is the Kyoto Club advisor back so early?
おかえりなさい、シロ。
帰ってきたか、兵六玉。
Nincompoop. Saber greets me while seated and in a polite Seiza posture, while Fujini is really improperly resting her face on the copy table. There's a shadow of defeat in my adoptive guardian's eyes. I'm curious as to why, but experience tells me it's probably no big deal.
ただいま。遅くなったけど、なんか変わったことはなかったか、セイバー。
はい。これといって異常はありませんでした。そういうシロウの方はどうでした？学校に見るべきものはありましたか？
いや、異常らしきものはなかったよ。シンジも来てなかったし、学校はいつも通りだ。とりあえず見て回るべき対象から外していいとは思うんだが。
Using roundabout language, I report to Saber that there are no other masters at school.
なんか匂う。この甘酸っぱくて雨上がり給料日に隠したまま思い出せなくなった1万円のような気配は間違いなく秘密の匂い。
That is a very specific simile. She sniffs the air like a dog off its leash.
シローから足かせの錆びた匂いがする。怪しい。怪しいぞ。お姉ちゃんになんか隠してるのかにゃー。
うわ。
I don't believe it. How is she this hammered so early in the day?
セイバー、フジネとなんかあったのか？この虎をここまでダメにすんのは並大抵のことじゃないぞ。
いえ、私は何も。大河に元気がないのは空腹だからではないでしょうか。
Saber said something terribly cutting, and with such ease.
嘘だ。タイガの腕前が知りたいなんて言って人をボロボロにしたのはセイバーちゃんじゃないのよ。
All right, that happened. Fujini pounds the table. Whether out of frustration or fear, she scurries behind me and loudly boos Saber in protest. Also, she sure is acting all buddy-buddy with Saber real fast.
セイバー、もしかしてフジネと手合わせしたのか？
いえ、大河の時間が空いているのなら体を動かそうと提案したのです。市内による模擬戦ならば大事は起きませんから、大河も承諾したのですが。
騙されちゃダメよシロー。セイバーちゃん確実にやる気だったわ。私わかるもん。鉄砲知ってるもん。あれはやる気。もう絶対やる気。うわー、隙を見せたらバターにされる。
Fujini trembles.
セイバー、まさかその。
I did no such thing. I only pounded her to within an inch of her life. Not an inch further.
まあ、つい気を緩めてしまったというか。シローの帰りが遅いことへの反感と大河の技量が思いのほか高かったことでとっさに反応してしまったというか。
Wow, that sounds terrifying. Fujini reached an impressive five dan in kendo at her age, but Saber is on a completely different level.
とにかく命が惜しかったら夜打ち朝掛けとか禁止禁止。セイバーちゃんを襲ったりしたら地獄開幕。死して屍拾うものなしなんだから。
She's right. I still have another problem to deal with. What do I do with Saber, who insists on sleeping in the same room as me? I'm a growing young man, and I have issues with a girl like Saber sleeping in the same room.
その心配は無用です、タイガ。シローの命令であれば私は従うのみです。
むむ？セイバーちゃん、なんか今すごい微妙なこと言わなかった？
とりわけ何も。それよりタイガ、今晩よりシローと同室で眠りますが、どうか誤解なきをお願いします。
Oh dear. Fujini freezes in her tracks. Oh no. Given how we're positioned and the power balance between us, he's definitely gonna do it.
フジネ、実は昨日から秘密にしていたんだが。
I hear Fujini from behind me. Wow, she totally ignored me, and I just heard the sound of a phone book being slammed on a table.
聞いてくれ。セイバーは日本語がわからない。
せーの。
And there it is. The sensation of being put in a sleeper choke hold from behind. Fujini doesn't know how to hold back her own strength. So when she has me by the neck, I'm in serious danger.
そんな場合じゃねえ。おい、藤根、入って決まってるから。本気で落ちる。
Crack, crack. Fujini's answer is to grapple me harder in a magnificent grinding of bone and flesh.
ギブギブ、やめろって、そこから投げに持ってくるなし。
In my fate and consciousness, I managed to tap Fujini's arm. However,
うるさい。落ちちゃえこのドラ息子。お姉ちゃんはシロをそんな風に育てた覚えなんかないんだから。
go away. Ah, I'm going down. Damn, just one problem after another. My neck makes cracking noises. Bent nearly at a right angle. I managed to get off with only bruises thanks to my daily training.
面目ない。こうひねってからは手を離して受け身可能にしようと思ったんだけど、シロったら思ったより重くて投げるだけで精一杯でさ。
当たり前だ。いつまでも子供じゃないぞ。藤姉の細腕でジャーマンなんかやんなよな。下手したら藤姉も自爆してたんだから。
はい、反省してます。
セイバーもセイバーだ。同室って言っても隣の部屋だろ。厳密に言うと一緒の部屋じゃないぞ。
ですが、私はシロの身を守るためにですね。
十分守ってもらえてる。大体な、同じ部屋になんて寝られたらこっちが先に参っちまう。セイバーには悪いけど、あれが最大の譲歩だ。それ以上は徹底抗戦だからな。
難しいものですね。
二人とも分かったんならよし。さて、夕飯の支度でも始めるか。
I stand up, stretching my neck.
あ、そうだ、藤根。今日から桜を止めようと思うんだけど、どうかな。昨日セイバーに使ってもらった離れに。
さくらちゃんを止める？別にいいけど、いきなりどんな心境の変化よ。シロ、ここんとこ妙に変よ。
いや、さくら最近調子悪そうだし、真珠は家を開けてばっかりだから、しばらく周りに人がいた方がいいかなって。
まあいいけど、その旨はさくらちゃんに伝えてあるの？部活の時さくらちゃんいつも通りだったけど。
いや、それはこれから。って藤姉こそ部活どうしたんだよ。こんなに早く帰ってきて。
ちょっと怪我人が出ちゃってね。あとは三辻さんに任せて体調悪い子たちを家まで送って直帰したのよ。
Something like that happened, huh? It's a little concerning to hear that someone got injured at club, but Fujini wouldn't be here if it was serious. Someone probably just jammed their finger and got anemic. Anyway, this is my chance. Sakura's like family to both me and Fujini. Then I should... I think the other option gets us the Sakura points. Sakura points. Yeah. Tell her myself. No, this is important. It's my decision, so I shouldn't push it onto anyone else. It's only right that I be the one to tell Sakura. Just as I make up my mind, no, I read that right. The doorbell rings with perfect timing. The convenience of plot. It's Sakura's voice. I'll ask Sakura right away. It's faster this way.
先輩、お邪魔しますね。夕食の支度はこれからですか？
ああ、これからだ。今日は俺が一人でやるから、さくらはのんびりしてていいぞ。その代わり、藤姉の相手でもしてやってくれ。セイバーに任されて自信喪失してるんで、トランプか何かで追い打ちを頼む。
あ、先輩ひどいんだ。藤村先生、今日大変だったんですよ。
そんなこと言ってたな。じゃあ路線変更して将棋あたりでなんとか。
将棋ですね。はい、それなら藤村先生の独壇場です。私じゃ飛車抜きのハンでもらってもコテンパンだからちょうどいいと思います。
Sakura's in a good mood. The swelling on her face is gone, and there is no sign of the dark bruise from this morning. Okay, now would be a good time to bring it up.
で、さくら、唐突だけど今日からうちに泊まってけ。
泊まれって先輩？
しばらく麻藤の家には帰るなってことだ。期間はそうだな。できれば1週間ぐらいいてほしい。あ、藤姉には許可取ってあるからな。
Sakura's expression stiffens. She gazes back at me like she's scrutinizing my heart rather than my face.
無理を言ってるのは分かってる。けど、さくらにはどうしても泊まってもらう。どう思われてもいいから、しばらくうちで暮らしてくれ。
Sakura doesn't answer. She just keeps watching me, and I notice she slightly bites her lip.
どうしてですか？
Finally, she asks me in a very quiet voice. I can't give her a reason. On my life of Honor, I can't tell her because Shinji is a master, but anything else would be a lie. Everyone has secrets. I'm a guy, and there's plenty of stuff I don't say to Sakura and Fujini. No matter how precious someone is to you, there are some things you can't tell them. That's all the more reason I can't lie to her. If Sakura is my precious family, then I'd rather not tell her anything that's untrue. The atmosphere between us chills. Silence falls over us, and it seems to stretch on forever. Sakura awkwardly breaks eye contact. I desperately rack my stupid brain for a response.
理由は言わなくちゃダメか。
She doesn't answer. Her eyes seem to show concern for me rather than myself.
私が心配だからですか？
Well, that makes things a lot simpler. We can just tell her straight out, yes, we are worried about you. She states it outright.
さくらが心配だ。だから、さくらがここにいてくれると助かる。
Her long dark hair sways. Sakura nods at my inadequate answer. An answer is not with words, but a smile. This is just common sense, of course, but once dinner is over, all that's left is to take a bath and go to bed. There's no problem at all. Really, it's totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary about it. However,
内村先生、少し相談があるんですが。
なになに、言ってみそう。
ですね、
そっか、着替えの問題があったわね。制服ならうちにあるかな。普段着は私のでいいならあげるよ。あ、それとも家に着替え取ってくる？
いえ、うちに帰ったら戻ってこれなくなりますから、できれば帰りたくないんです。兄さんには。
それは大丈夫。さっきお家に電話してさくらちゃんのおじいさんに許可取ったから。
先生の家なら安心だ。ご指導よろしくお願いします。
だって。
いえ、うちに帰ったら戻ってこれなくなりますから、できれば帰りたくないんです。そうですか。なら本当に私、ここに泊まっていいんですね。
そうだよ。で、着替えの話だけど、寝巻きは私のでいいよね。下着も私のでいいかな？
いえ、先生のだと胸がきついと思うんですけど。
ouch!
そっか。さくらちゃん胸おっきいもんね。
その肉を分けろ。
先生、何するんですか？
冗談。けど困ったわね。さすがにさくらちゃんサイズの下着なんて持ってないし。さくらちゃんつけて寝る派？
はい。一応は
だよね。おっきい人はそういう人多いよね。けど苦しくないの？と素朴な疑問を投げてみる。
苦しいですけど、そういう時はですね。
なるほど。若いっていいな。じゃ、明日の朝までにはうちの若いのに揃えさせておくから。そういうわけで、さくらちゃんも遠慮なくお風呂入ってらっしゃい。
You didn't even have to have that conversation in front of me, stupid Fujini. I'm a man. I'm trying not to think about it. But if you talk about it here, I'll be extra conscious. And I won't be able to look at Sakura the same way.
あれシロ顔赤いけどどうしたのかな？何？やっぱりさくらちゃんの話気になる？
何言ってんだか。そっちの内緒話だろ。俺は聞こえてなんかないし、気になんかなってない。
あれそうなんだ。じゃあ私からいいこと教えてあげる。さくらちゃんいいの85なんだってさ。すごいよね。去年から実に13センチも大きくなってるんだよ。
God damn it!
シロもそのあたり気づいてたでしょ？最近さくらの体は柔らかそうだなとか抱きしめたいなとか。
藤村先生、どうしてそういうことするんですか？
Yeah, like what the fuck? Sakura counterattacks, taking Fujini to the ground. She's blushing bright red and furiously trying to cover Fujini's mouth. Sakura, I understand why you want to silence Fujini, but don't silence her basic life functions too.
びっくりした。さくらちゃん見かけによらず武闘派なのね。いきなり息を止めに来るなんて先生びっくりよ。
知りません。内村先生は少し反省してください。
Sakura turns away from Fujini sulkily. Then we end up making eye contact with each other.
いや、バスタオルは風呂場にある。
それじゃあ失礼しますね、先輩。
Sakura hurriedly turns to leave the living room. And once again,
ぶつけちゃいました。
I was about to warn her to watch her step. Before I could, however, she ran smack dab into a pillar.
さくら大丈夫か？
Was she panicking so bad she ran into a pillar before she even made it into the hallway?
大丈夫です。大丈夫なんでお風呂入ってきます。
Sakura disappears down the hall, her steps wavering. I can finally breathe now that Sakura's in the bath. If that tension had gone on much longer, I might have been the one to flee the living room.
なんだよ。言いたいことあんならはっきり言え。不良教師。
別に。たださくらちゃんも大変だなーって。顔を真っ赤にしたシロ。いつもより意地っ張りで可愛いし。そういうシロの前だとさくらちゃんも余計恥ずかしかったんじゃないかな。
赤くなんかなってない。あのな、さくらは家族みたいなもんだぞ。ずっと飯を作ってもらってきて一緒に食べてきた後輩じゃんか。そういう後輩に照れてたら先輩失格だ。
じゃあシロは失格したくないんだ。
当たり前だ。さくらはシンジの妹だぞ。友人の妹を預かってんだからちゃんと監督しないとダメだろ。
あ、そういうことか。シロ気がついてないだけかと思ったらそんなことまで気にしてたんだ。
Fujini heaves an exaggerated sigh. This is very unpleasant.
前途多難ね。さくらちゃんも大変だ。
どこ行くんだよ、藤根。
どこって脱衣所。さくらちゃんに着替え用意してあげないと。シロは離れの部屋の準備でもしてなさい。シーツとかちゃんと新しいの出してあげるのよ。
Fujini just says whatever she wants and leaves me in the living room.
ちょっと客間の準備してくるからセイバーはここにいてくれ。
Saber nods wordlessly and I leave the living room. I make the bed and check the guest room furnishings. It's a different room from the one we initially set Saber up in, one that hasn't been used in a long time. This one's better for Sakura, and it has a lock on the door. Sakura's, well, a girl, so I figure she'll be more comfortable if she can lock her door.
別に藤根の言葉に踊らされたわけじゃないけど。
I lay the sheets out and pat them flat. This bed has never been used. As soon as I start thinking that Sakura is going to sleep in it on it tonight,
シロもそのあたり気づいてたでしょ。
awful thoughts fill my mind.
バカ言うな。そんなこと今さら。
Well, that goes without saying. I've watched from right next. I've watched from right next to her as Sakura has grown more and more beautiful. I'm happy for her, and I've been telling her not to be not to be conscious of it. Sakura is Shinji's little sister, and she helps me out of a sense of guilt over the way her brother behaves.
あれからもう1年半か。別にさくらが気にすることでもないのに。
It all started when the accident that caused me to leave with the accident that caused me to leave the Kyoto club. I hurt my shoulder at work, and there was some talk about the burn scars being an issue. So I figured it was as a good time as any to quit the club. After that, I think it was Sakura who volunteered to start helping me out at home until my injuries healed. She still looked younger back then and struck me as a hard worker. The first day, she waited in front of my house for me to come home, then stood there suddenly face to face for a while until she finally said she wanted to help me. I think she was out there for 2 hours.
あの引っ込み思案なさくらが今じゃ弓道部の期待の星だもんな。人間変われば変わるもんだ。
I first met her 4 years ago through Shinji. I think when I went over to his house to play, she was silent and she had a habit of letting her hair cover her face. She still has that part of her, but Sakura back then looked positively downtrodden. She always had a glum look on her face and would just stand around absently. When I compare Sakura now to back then, I truly do feel happy for her. I'm relieved that the depressed girl who was always staring at the ground is now someone who can laugh like she's genuinely enjoying life.
そう思うことはないの？さくらの体は柔らかそうだなとか、抱きしめたいなとか。
God damn it. I don't really know myself. At the very least, I only saw Sakura as my kohai until recently. That image of her only started to crumble recently. When did it start exactly? Maybe it happened long before I realized. Or maybe we're so close that I never needed to notice.
くそ。今まで平穏にやってきたってのに、どうしてこう。
Hormones. Why does the thought of Sakura sleeping over make my heart pound like this, hormones? It's rude to Sakura. I should hurry up and finish cleaning the room, then I can let Sakura stay here.
あれ、そういえば、さくらは？
さあ、こちらには来ていませんから、まだ入浴しているのではないですか？
入浴中って、もう1時間は経ってるよな。
Maybe Sakura takes long baths? She has to wash a lot of parts that I don't, so a quick shower might not be...
ああ、もうやめやめ。変な想像しない。
I shake my head and sit down at the table. Then I brew some tea, let the fragrant liquid let the fragrant liquid soothe my throat. I urge myself out of my fantasies. I'm assuming that's what it's supposed to say, and breathe deep. Then,
シロ、さくらは目が悪いのですか？
what an odd question.
いや、別にそんなことないけど、さくらは視力いいぞ。両目合わせて 1.5 はあるんじゃないかな。
そうですか。頻繁に壁や柱に体をぶつけていますから、視力に問題があるのではと危惧してしまいました。
あ、なるほど。その心配はありがたい。けど、さくらは至って健康だよ。最近は疲れてるから危なっかしいだけで、普段は俺よりしっかりしてる。
それならばいいのですが、仮にそうだとしても、入り口と壁を見間違えるほど疲労が溜まっているのは問題です。 試験ですが、先ほどの衝突は疲れからではなく、純粋に目測を誤ったものと感じましたが。
Saber's opinion makes sense. No matter how tired you are, you don't just start randomly walking into walls. Speaking of Sakura, where is she? Yeah, I think give it say I think if it's that, then it's like a problem. It's like a problem going on and with their head in general. I think like something that's affecting her perception. If she's really in the bath, and now 1 hour is a pretty long time. Right now. And we get another 2 points for going to check on her. I should go check on her. If Saber's right, then this is no time to worry about embarrassing myself.
Sakura?
I call her name through the door. There's no reply from the dressing room. In fact, it doesn't even sound like anyone's inside.
Sakura! Oi! Sakura! 入ってるか?
I knock on the door. Softly at first, then more vigorously, until I'm literally pounding on the door.
Sakura! おい、ちょっとでいいから返事しろ!
My anxiety turns into certainty. Something's wrong. I can't go in there, so maybe I should get Fujini or Saber to look in on her.
Sakura! いや、なんでもない。少し時間がかかってるみたいだから、なんかあったのかなって。
どうしたんですか？そんなに慌てて。時間おかしいな。私そんなに長く入ってましたか？
Yeah, something's definitely wrong. This isn't just plain old fatigue. Sakura sounds kind of hazy. Like she's weak or unsteady on her feet. Or like she just woke up from a nap.
Sakura, もしかしてとは思うんだけど。
気持ちよかったんで、ちょっと寝ちゃいました。
バカ、脅かすなよ、ほんと。
I slowly sink to my knees.
すぐに上がりますね。
そうしてくれ。まったく、風呂で寝たりしたら風邪ひくぞ。
I sigh and lean against the wall. I feel silly for being so worried, but I'm glad she's fine. Honestly, I think there's nothing silly about it. Given what we know about her brother, and how she's been behaving all day, I think it's perfectly reasonable to be so worried. Sakura should feel better after a bath than a good night's sleep. I hear the sound of something heavy falling. It definitely came from the other side of the door.
Sakura!
She doesn't respond. There isn't the feeling of someone on the other side of the door like there was earlier.
入るぞ、Sakura!
I run into the dressing room. Sakura's lying on the ground, spiritless.
Sakura! Sakura!
I lift her limp body off the ground. She's soft under my fingers and warmer than I expected. Shirou, put it away for now, please. Sakura doesn't seem conscious, but her breathing is labored. Her hands are clutched to her chest, as if trying to pry Probably something stuck to her skin. Pained whimpers. This isn't eye candy. The softness of her body I'm carrying, and her disheveled hair. Wearing only a single shirt. This Sakura isn't the Sakura I know. The shirt emphasizes her abundant chest, and I can't tear my eyes away. Put it away for now, Shirou. I know you got hormones going on right now, but goddamn. Each heated sigh lifts her chest up and down, exposing her pearly neck. My heart almost jumps into my throat. Her distressed lips, seeking oxygen, make my head spin. The body I'm holding is so hot, soft, and unbelievably charming. My mind goes blank. Put it away, Shirou. Come on. I'm not holding a girl in my arms, but a plenty matured woman. This isn't the Sakura I know. Then if I let the dissonance take over and hold her close... Yeah, come on, dude. I shake my head. This isn't the time. Sakura's fever isn't normal. Above all, her fingers clutching painfully at her chest show that this is more than simple anemia. I yell into her ear. The hair stuck to her cheek falls free. Sakura slowly blinks her eyes open and looks up at me.
バカ、どうしてじゃないだろう。熱があるんならあるって言え。
熱って私ですか？
That's concerning.
お前以外に誰がいる？いいから自分でおでこを触ってみろ。すごく熱いぞ。
けどそんなに熱くないですよ。私。
Sakura murmurs dreamily. Maybe she's still half asleep.
いいからおとなしくしてろ。すぐにベッドに連れてくから。
先輩、どうしたんですか？
部屋まで連れてく。言っとくけど暴れるなよ。俺だってこれ以上は自信がない。
I go into the hallway carrying Sakura.
先輩、私、抱っこされてますか？
Well, of course we gotta fit the princess carry-in somewhere. It can't always be us. Sakura wraps her arms tightly around my neck in surprise. Her chest is incredibly bouncy and touching me, but I'm going to ignore that right now. Speed is of the essence. Before my sanity gives out, I need to carry Sakura to the guest room as fast as I can.
熱は37度ちょいか。なんだ、思ったより低かったな。
Yeah, that is rather high. Actually, I think it's no. I don't think it's that high. I think around normal human temperature is around between 34 and 36. It's like it's like lower fever. Maybe. I think I've hit 37 once before, a couple of times before. I shake the thermometer and look at Sakura, who's lying in bed.
すみません。なんか緊張してお風呂に入ったらのぼせたみたいです。
Sakura guiltily hides her face under the covers.
引いちまったもんは仕方がない。この程度の風邪なら薬飲んで一晩寝てれば治るから、今夜はおとなしくしていること。椅子の上に水を置いておくから、できるだけ離れからは出ないようにな。外に出ると体を冷やすから。
Just in case, I put on another blanket over. I put another blanket over her and turn off the lights.
じゃあな、明日の朝起こしに来るから、それまでゆっくりしてろ。
I give Sakura an affectionate pat on the head and make for the door. But then, something tugs on me from behind. When I turn to look, there's something clutching my shirt sleeve.
さくら、すまん、握られてると出られないんだが。
Sakura withdraws her hand in surprise, as if she just noticed.
すみません先輩。私熱でぼーっとしちゃってて、それで。
Sakura jumps out of bed and frantically apologizes. I can tell how red her face is, even with the lights off.
さくら、もしかして怖いのか？
はい。知らないところで一人で眠るのは怖くて。
I can't see Sakura's expression. Her long hair hides her face. But from the side, her profile reminds me of that withdrawn girl I first met years ago.
そっか。初めて使う部屋で風邪っ引きってのも不安だよな。
I sit down on the bed. Then I lie down on my back. I can't quite bring myself to face Sakura while doing it, but this is good enough.
先輩。
もうちょいここにいる。しばらくすればさくらも部屋になれるだろうし、さくらが寝ついたら出ていくよ。正直言うと、さくらが無理しないか心配だしな。あと30分は監視してるから、おとなしく横になってろ。
I gestured to her spot out on the bed without facing her.
それじゃあもうちょっとだけお付き合いくださいね、先輩。
A soft breeze caresses my cheek. It must be the air displaced by Sakura pulling the covers back on. I consider this as a small price to pay for her peace of mind. It doesn't even begin to cover the interest on the debt I owe her for helping me so much. In the dark, all one can hear is the ticking of the clock. Whether it's because my back goes to her or because her profile is still in my mind, the feelings I had when I carried her earlier fade, and I quietly stare at the clock. The rest of time passes in silence, and anyone would guess that we'd both fallen asleep.
先輩。起きてます？
Well, I'm not now. I hear a gentle voice in the darkness. I murmur an affirmative. Sakura takes a quiet breath and continues.
今日はありがとうございました。
Then she drifts off to sleep. The lights go out in the house. It's past 11 p.m. and the town is fast asleep.
では竜道寺にマスターがいると。
遠坂の話じゃな。厄介な相手だから手は出すなと言ってたけど、拉致の昏睡事件はそいつの仕業らしい。その真偽は定かじゃないけど、どっちみち確かめなくちゃいけないだろう。
そうですね。確かに竜道寺に至る霊脈に作為的なものを感じます。あの山にマスターがいることに間違いはないでしょう。
どうしたセイバー、乗り気じゃないのか？ 昨日に比べてどこか覇気がないけど。
はい。あの山はサーバントにとって鬼門です。軽はずみな進行は避けたい。
And yet she makes a hasty assault on it in the Fate route. I mean, I can cut her some slack for the Unlimited Blade Works route because she was trying to save us. But she went off on her damn own in the Fate route. I'm sorry.
じゃあ今夜は巡回にとどめて、竜道寺はもう少し情報を得てから探りを入れるか。確かに相手がどのサーバントのマスターかも知らないうちに攻め込むのは無謀だし。
いいえ、その必要はありません。竜道寺に今日構えるようなマスターならば、おいそれと正体を明かさないでしょう。早々に決着をつけるのならば、正面から力で打ち破るのみです。
Didn't you say we shouldn't do that? If Saber says so, then we probably have a chance of victory. I'd also like to stop the master from putting any more townspeople into comas as soon as possible.
竜道寺に行こう。けどセイバー、今回の目的はあくまで調査だからな。相手のマスターの正体とどのサーバントを連れているかが分かったら一旦引こう。情けないが俺にはセイバーの援護ができない。その分慎重に行きたいんだ。
I can't let Saber get hurt like that time with Berserker. But since I can't help her in a fight, I have to protect her a different way.
わかりました。最終的な判断はシローに委ねます。
それはそれで嬉しいんだが怖いな。万一倒せる相手が出てきても臆病風に吹かれて逃げ出しかねないぞ俺。
わかりました。最終的な判断はシローに委ねます。戦闘か退却かはあなたが決めてください。なるほど、そういった場合も考えられますね。シローは戦闘経験が少ないですから。
ああ、そればっかりは事実だからな。自分から地雷原に突っ込むような真似は避けたいし、そういう時は注意してくれると助かる。
はい。ではシローが判断を誤った時は私から忠告を。もちろんそれではシローのためになりませんから、シローの判断が間違えていた場合、何らかのペナルティを負ってもらうことにしましょうか。
何らかのペナルティって具体的に言うとどんなさ。
さあ、それを口にしてはつまらない。数少ない楽しみですから、私だけの秘密としましょう。
I traumatized many a night of the round table with it. Saber seems to be making a joke. Maybe it's Fujini's influence. I sure hope it's a joke anyway.
しかしシロ、私たちはともかくさくらは大丈夫なのですか？
ああ、俺もそう思ったんだけど、熱を測ってみたら大したことなかった。とりあえず一晩ゆっくり休んでもらって様子を見る。
そうですか。では迷いなく戦いに赴けますね。
That said, 37 would be too low to be affecting her that way, right? Like 37 isn't it's like a high enough fever for you to be delirious or anything. I should know. I've been there. I nod and look out towards the guest house. Sakura's room is on the second floor of the building. We need to leave and return to the house without her
い
noticing.
いぞセイバー。ここからはマスターとしての時間だ。他のことは考えない。
I leave the house with Saber. The moon is high in the sky, and the darkness feels dense. Excuse me. The darkness feels dense somehow. I almost read that as mood. Up above, the clouds move quickly, perhaps due to the wind. Under the pale moonlight, peeking in and disappearing beneath the clouds, we beat a swift pace to enemy territory. Interlude. Five one. A high-pitched noise fills the air. A white blade clatters to the ground, scattering motes of light all around, and as it reflects the brilliant moonlight. Sticky blood coats his lips. A man falls to his knees on the stone steps, bidding farewell to his longsword as it sinks into the darkness. I think someone may have beat us here. He will never pick up that sword again. His coat is stained in blood, its newly dyed threads making it resemble a gallant crimson flower.
なんとよもやダカツマカツの類とは。
The man's lips seem like white bone in contrast to the fresh blood spilling from his belly. The vital tremble of life has already left his throat. Sasaki Kojiro's innards are already functioning as something else. The mountain gate is quiet. Neither the servant guarding it nor the newly appeared shadow make a move. The battle is already over. Whatever just swiftly ascended the stone and steps defeated assassin. There was no time to cross blades or even acknowledge the enemy. Whatever it was a different dimension altogether. It was in a different dimension altogether. The gatekeeper's body tears. His torso is ripped apart. Without a weapon, assassin cannot end his own life. It walks steadily, surely. The shadow lovingly, or perhaps disdainfully, strokes the cheek of the servant called assassin. A spidery, ghoulish arm erupts from his shredded torso. That's gruesome. Bones entangle. Meat tears. He feels the organs and entrails that once belonged to him morph into something else. He fights the urge of blood that threatens to burst forth. The swordsman swallows it down, a genial grin playing across his lips.
よかろう。好きにするがいい。所詮は我が腹より吐いてるもの。ろくな少年ではなかろうよ。
Eaten from within and deprived of a merciful death, he smiles. It is a valiant gesture. His lurid grin is even more fearsome than the birth of the abomination within him. And so it is summoned. The thing born from the blood and entrails of a false servant is unmistakably an assassin. Its birthing cries resemble the chitter of insects. The insect that emerged from the swordsman's body greedily devours its womb. It cackles as it carves, chortles as it chews. With each bite of flesh, the dark insect becomes increasingly man-shaped, its unformed brain gaining human knowledge. The feast continues for half an hour. The new assassin studiously slurps up every last drop of blood, celebrating its birth on now spotless stone steps. Its only witnesses are the chorally chittering swarms of insects in the brush and the bright voluminous moon. The shrill birthing cries fade. It is an ill moon. The white skull sneers at the scorched black night. So, assassin's dead. I walk up the stone steps. Saber is already armed. Both of us are tense, expecting an enemy to attack at any moment. The stairway up to the mountain gate is long, and the breeze is pleasantly warm despite us being in the hills. According to Saber, this mountain has a barrier that repels servants. If they attempt to approach Shirou Temple by any other path besides the gate, the barrier hurts them and reduces their magical energy. Therefore, the only way into Shirou Temple is up these stairs.
待ち伏せてると思ったんだが、サーバントの気配しないよな、セイバー。
ありません。この石段には私以外のサーバントは。
Suddenly, Saber halts and looks
セイ
down.
バー、なんかあったのか。
いいえ、私の気のせいでしょう。刀らしきものが見えた気がしましたが、そのようなものはどこにもない。この山門に守り手はいません。境内に向かいましょう。
Saber ascends the stone steps quickly. After a moment's confusion, I run after her. Inside, it's silent. The wind is strong. The shadows deep. It's terribly dark, even though the moon is out. I look up. The moon's out. The moon's out, all right. It's glowing brightly, illuminating the unlit temple grounds. Despite that, the area is engulfed in shadow.
セイバー。
ええ、様子がおかしい。ここまで踏み込んで反応がないなどありえません。それに、これは静かすぎる。
中を調べよう。竜道寺は50人近い大所帯なんだ。こんなに静かなんてことがあるもんか。
I enter the temple with Saber. There's nobody around. After making sure the grounds are unoccupied, Saber and I head deeper into the buildings. What the hell? Everybody inside is asleep. They show no sign of waking. They don't react even when I touch or pick them up. Every single one of the 50 or so months is in a coma. All of them lie in a pleasant dreamlike sleep, breathing steadily. Of course, one of my classmates is among them. Issei Ryudo is asleep. I've only seen him so relaxed on a handful of occasions in the privacy of the student council office. We move quickly through the wood-forward hallways. Saber senses something. She directs us toward the inner main shrine. The master behind this disaster must be lurking in the heart of the temple. We step into the main shrine. Suddenly, my eyes are greeted by scarlet blood all over the floor. The center of the shrine is drenched in red. There's a man on the floor. There's a pool of red spilling out from him. Maybe he was stabbed through the chest. The wound is fatal. He's lost too much blood to survive. We can guess who that is. He's already dead. He looks familiar, and he must be the master of the thing standing beside him. Caster, you don't look so good. Might want to get that looked at. Look, I'm sorry, I seem to have stepped into a horror game. The servant stands there, staring down at her master's lifeless corpse. I'm assailed by a headache and an alarming unease. It isn't the gruesome scene that terrifies me, but that thing. That dagger is something bad. Saber doesn't seem to sense it, but somehow I can tell the power in that dagger is nothing good.
Caster.
Saber stands ready to fight. Caster, the purple-robed servant, doesn't react. Is it because we caught her by surprise, or because she was caught red-handed? Saber slightly crouches, ready to attack Caster in a breath.
ダメだ待てセイバー
シロ、なぜ止めるのです。今置いてキャスターを撃つ機会は。
そうじゃない。あの担当には触れるな。あれは魔術破りだ。もしかするとマスターとサーバントの契約だって立つかもしれない。
では、キャスターは自らのマスターを。
We don't know for sure if she killed her master, but it's clear to me that the dagger in her hand has the incomparable ability to dispel magical effects.
キャスター、貴様、主に手をかけたな。
Saber advances angrily. Caster turns to look at us. Her lifeless demeanor makes her look more wraith than heroic spirit. A sword flashes through the air. Saber's sword splits Caster's robe, shredding her clothes as she evades by bounding backwards.
そう、とどめを刺しに来たというわけね。誰の筋書きだか知らないけど、周到なこと。
黙れ。主を裏切った者の言葉など聞きたくもない。自らの行いは。
私がマスターを殺した。宗一郎様を私が。
黙れ。主を裏切った者の言葉など聞きたくもない。自らの行いは恥じ、ここで裁かれるがいい。
それは愉快ね。こんなことになるのなら本当にそうしてしまえばよかった。
Okay. She coughs blood as she laughs. The black-clad mage conceals a strange dagger under her robe and thrusts a hand at Saber.
目障りをセイバー。主もろとも消え去りなさい。
There's nothing else to say. Watching Caster keenly, Saber swings her sword without hesitation. Caster fades away. Yeah, we didn't even see Assassin, so we don't even know what he looks like. Their clash couldn't even be called a fight. Caster may have an outstanding magecraft, but it was completely ineffective against Saber's high magic resistance. Saber shrugged off Caster's barrage of spells and cut her down in a single blow.
キャスターは倒しました。マスター、指示を。
ああ、そうだな。これ以上ここにいても何もできない。病院の前に琴峰に連絡して後を任そう。 昏睡してる人たちはそれで助けられるはずだ。
But there's no saving the dead man in front of us. Castor disappeared, leaving her master's body behind. His death will be buried in darkness. Tonight he took his last breath, and one day he will disappear from people's memories, his final fate unknown.
シロ、
分かってる。マスターはあと4人もいるんだ。立ち止まっている余裕はない。
賢明です。気持ちはわかりますが、干渉は押しとどめてください。
Saber turns her back on the shrine. I'll at least burn the side of the fallen corpse into my memory before I follow her. Wait, what was that?
シロ、どうしたのです？足を。
いや、今なんか視線を感じたっていうか、誰かに見られてる気がしたっていうか。セイバーは感じなかったか？
シロ、どうしたのです？足を止めて。いいえ、何も感じませんでした。この周囲に人がいないことは確認したはずです。シロの気のせいではないですか？
I don't know. Shirou's gut feelings tend to have the habit of being right.
そうかな。セイバーがそう言うなら間違いないか。うん、きっと俺の勘違いだ。
では急ぎましょう。キャスターが倒れた今、昏睡していた人々も目を覚まします。私たちの姿を見られたら面倒だ。
She's right. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but this should put an end to the comment as happening all over the city. I can chalk that up as a win, at least.
わかった。すぐに山を降りて琴峰に連絡。あとは家に戻って今夜は休もう。
Saber nods in satisfaction and leaves the shrine. I ignore the nagging tinkling behind me and follow Saber. All that remains is in the shrine, and are the quiet and the body of the former master. Interlude 5-2. The lead actor exits the stage, leaving only a wordless corpse, and something consumes it. It leaves no body. The wooden floor becomes a bottomless swamp, its crimson mass spread out to consume the man's unmoving body. It takes not only the man, but the thing he used to command. The soul modeled after the servant Castor falls to the black shadow. That is not how things should be. When a servant loses and disappears, it goes back to the Holy Grail. Something which violates this rule is subject to inevitable decay, no matter how powerful it is. It cries without a sound. In anguish, it bubbles and churns until it finally devours the first person. Ugh, that's creepy. It shuffles forward like waves lapping on the shore. It has no voice to scream, so it expresses pain with its entire body. It has no words, no emotions. From the beginning, it was never equipped with such functions. And yet it grieves. It laments its very being, like something that has become aware of its own existence for the first time. The clock strikes 2 a.m. A round trip to and from Ryoto Temple took its toll on me, in spite of my daily training.
あ、そうだ。セイバー、先に部屋に戻っていてくれ。
どこに行くのです、シロ。今夜はもう休むのではないのですか？
ちょっとな。すぐに戻るから心配すんな。俺だって疲れてるし、早く休みたい。
なるほど。さくらの容体が気になるのですね。
その、水を変えないとまずいだろ。セイバーこそちゃんと隣の部屋で寝てくれよ。襖も閉めてちゃんとしてないとダメなんだからな。
ああ、そうでしたね。同室でないのは不都合ですが、シローが強情を張るのではやむを得ません。言われた通り、隣の部屋で待機しましょう。
Saber looks displeased. I'm not the only one who's being stubborn. I return to my bedroom, tortured by self-loathing.
3時。1時間も何やってたんだ、俺。
I sigh. There's only one reason I took so long. Sakura wasn't sleeping very well, so I spent time getting her more water and putting her covers back on. It was an incredibly taxing job, in more ways than one.
目隠しでもあればよかった。
That would have made it easier. Actually, I had my eyes closed almost the entire time, so it would have made it wouldn't have made much difference. Not once did I give in to temptation and open them until my work was done.
寝る。こんな時はあれだ。寝ちまうに限る。
I cover my head with the sheets and drive out the evasive thoughts. Once I close my eyes, my mind goes blank. See? Being this physically tired will help me fall asleep faster. It's red. At sunset, the cityscape seems dyed red. It reminds me of a bench covered in posters. Everything my feet and hands touch makes a warm squelching sound. I continue down the asphalt road. When I look up, the buildings are dyed crimson. The steep walls seem like giant nails hammered from the sky to the earth. You can't run, the red sun declares, gazing down from the heavens. I walk alone through the streets. Shinto is dead quiet. Maybe everyone's hiding in wait, or perhaps there was never anyone here to begin with. Still, it hurts. The scarlet glow torments my eyeballs and makes me dizzy. It's too empty out here. Am I the only one who missed some mass evacuation order? That would explain all the red. I should go home. Is waiting for me. Is that Tosaka? Even from afar, I can tell it's her. Hey, Tosaka. She ignores me. She walks. Her swaying hair enough to touch the ground. It's swaying hair long enough to touch the ground. If she's wearing her uniform, then she must be on the way to school. I run after her. Tosaka doesn't notice me. The gap between us doesn't shrink at all. She keeps walking while I keep running. I gradually fall even further behind. By the way, Tosaka isn't walking at a particular brisk pace. I'm running and I have to breathe a little heavily, but she's still faster. The long-haired girl enters the school, like a fluttering butterfly. By the way, there's no one on campus. It's empty, unoccupied. The red-lit landscape, landscape is like a well-made candy diorama. If the twilight glow grows any stronger, it'll melt them beyond recognition. By the way, I hear a girl laughing. Two young girls smile and play with each other. I see a vision of two beautiful sisters, so perfect for each other that they might as well be twins. I open the door and enter the classroom. By the way, why was I following her for no reason? Hello! This was not in the game, in the original game. Just for the record, the original scene was another sex scene. It doesn't surprise me, nor do I feel any guilt. The two of them embrace each other like lovers. It's enough to make me doubt that they're both girls. No one in the series is straight. Absolutely no one. Against this crimson backdrop, what they're doing seems only proper. But if there's one thing I'm curious about, it's that Mr. Tsuzuri's arms hang limply at her side, like those of a corpse. I was wrong. That isn't a hug. It's a meal. The praying mantis feeds on the butterfly. It giddily drains its prey of life. Mitsuzuri is a wax model. With each second, her vitality is drained away. Tosaka's eyes are warm and whimsical. Her face approaches Mitsuzuri's neck. She exposes Mitsuzuri's defenseless pale throat. Then, Tosaka's lips, no, her teeth. The wax model's chest arches in tension. I tried to go over and help her, but I may as well be wading through a swamp. I'll never make it in time. I simply watch as Tosaka purrs while she drinks, as Mitsuzuri goes weak at the knees. Okay, I gotta take a food break. I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back. And I was gone for a little over 14 minutes. So let's round that off to 15. I simply watch as Tosaka purrs while she drinks, as Mitsuzuri goes weak in the knees. She licks her fingers. The wet tongue seductively slivers around her fingers. It's too alluring. I feel like I'm drowning in the thick air around her. Tosaka giggles, licking her fingers. The wet sound tickles my ears.
よかった。来てくれたのね、エミヤ君。
Her voice sounds so sticky and expectant. I'm so dizzy, it's like I'm inside a kaleidoscope. My mind is paralyzed, to say nothing of my limbs. Though I should mention, I've long since lost control over my body.
どうしたの？私のことが怖い？エミヤ君。
I can't even move my head to respond. Her smile is irresistibly bewitching, yet so terrifying. I feel like I'll be caught and killed. I'm a winged insect caught in a spider's web. I can neither fight nor flee.
美味しかったわ、綾子は。
Phrasing! So she was eating after all. But still, why Mitsuzuri?
だってあなたを待つ間我慢できなかったんだもの。
Delight seeped into her giggles. Tosaka's hands reach out. For some reason, I imagine her and her slender, supple arms coiling around my body like a snake. Her sweet scent envelops me and dominates my lungs.
次はあなたの番よ。
Tosaka's limbs wrap around me. Her soft feminine body drowns out the blaring alarm in my head. I feel like I'm crumbling in her embrace. She brings her face close enough for her lips to touch. Her wet eyes invite me in. Her breath is so thick, I'm going to suffocate in it.
今度はエミヤくんを食べてあげる。
Yes, please? Tosaka's lips touch me, nipping the side of my neck. They're warm and damp. My mind melts like candy under their tender touch. Sharp fangs pierce my skin. Tosaka's biting me. Her teeth sink into my neck, just like with Mitsuzuri. There's no pain. I've heard that spiders anesthetize their prey before killing them. With the numbness also comes ecstasy. Her sucking lips and teeth feel so good, it's like I'm melting. My neck softly melts. Each time Tosaka drains a mouthful out of me, I feel my body turn to candy. My insides are being sucked out and replaced with honey that makes my body melt. It seeps into my bones, muscles, and skin. It floods my throat, and I can't even moan. It flows down my neck, the unbelievable sensation beguiling me. Tosaka's shoulders tremble in ecstasy as she drinks from my neck. She looks so pleased by the meal of red blood. My consciousness is coated in a messy, overlapping carpet of vertigo. Before I know it, I've stopped breathing, and my blood is being drained before it can reach my brain. In return, Tosaka's sweet, strong liquid invades my body.
おいしい。
While she nibbles me, I hear a voice that doesn't belong. The voice numbs my melting brain.
熱いわね、エミヤくん。
She whispers, drinking me dry. A pump empties me out from the inside. In return, pleasure saturates my body, melting and turning it limp.
新鮮な血。息がよくってピチピチして。
I'm at my limit. I have nothing else to give. My arteries are bone dry. I don't think I have even a drop of blood left to spare.
まだ足りない。
She continues drinking. There shouldn't be anything left to drink, but I still hear Tosaka's gulping. It's as if my life itself is being converted into blood. It makes sense. Then this meal isn't quite over yet. She keeps drinking and drinking. In the crimson lit classroom, she drains me without end. My body melts beyond recognition, fading into oblivion as she sucks it all up.
素敵よ、エミヤくん。あなたならこのまま全部もらってあげる。
A woman's voice reverberates in my mind. Interesting eyes you got there, Rin. I wither away, desiccated while she whispers. Beautiful one. It's hot. How did this happen? I tucked myself in, closed my eyes, and said goodnight, but the next thing I knew, everything was red. It's hot. Mom woke me up before the noise did. It was so bright, even though it was still nighttime. Dad picked me up and ran down the burning hallway. It's hard to breathe. I heard Mom's voice behind me. She told Dad not to go in on his own. She ruffled my hair and told me to wait outside. I nodded and did what he said. It hurts. Outside was the same as inside. Everyone was all red and my eyes hurt. So I closed my eyes and ran, trying to find somewhere that wasn't so hot. When I turned back to look, my house was already gone. It must be punishment for not following directions. My eyes hurt. I cry while I walk. I know I have to go home and wait, but I don't know where our home is anymore. I stop covering my face with my hand and look up. I come face to face with it all for the first time. The town is burning in the distance. The fire won't go out. It's too late to change it now. This all happened 10 years ago. The flames burning far away are so distant, not physically, but in time. My skin hurts. My throat burns with every breath. My body creaks with each movement of life. When I try to run away, my ankles twist, caught on something heavy like shackles. Even as a child, I somehow know into it that the death of everyone around me is dragging my living self down with them. It's still hot. I claw at my throat, my nails scratching in red. My nails scratching it red. Each breath I suck in and inflict stabbing pain on my burned esophagus. My eyes stop working and my brain begins to steam in my skull. Hold on. I dropped my gloves. It's hot. It's hot. So hot. Hot, 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 hot. I remember. This is hot. Awfully hot. But it's cold. Terribly cold. Past the boiling point and back to freezing temperature. My burning blood has already hardened and stopped. Everything I see is backwards. And it's hot. It's so it's cold. That's why it's so hot I'm losing my mind. However, that was what was the cause of it all? There was a black sun in the sky. Didn't feel especially strange to me that the sun was out at night, or that it was black. After all, everything was crazy. It felt normal next to everything that was going on. And yet I ran away. I was so scared. The fire around me wasn't scary. Compared to that black shadow, getting burned to death felt only human, only natural. So I ran. I knew that if it caught me, it would take me someplace even scarier. I look up at the sky in a daze. I know it'll rain eventually, and I slowly lower my upraised hand. Slowly, I open my eyelids. Not quite fully awake, I stare at my bedroom in a daze. Still lying on my back, I feel relief. How many years has it been since I woke up from a dream feeling relieved?
はっきりとした夢だったな。
I murmur aloud, still feeling the heat on my cheeks. A long time ago, the nightmare used to haunt me and make me cry out at night. This nightmare used to haunt me and make me cry out at night. It happened 10 years ago. The memories were still fresh back then. Every time I went to sleep, I would find myself wandering in that inferno. I never imagined that I'd forget about it, especially while I was in the dream. When I fell asleep, it would all become real again. The sky that day, the burnt odor in the air, and the inescapable wall of fire. Even now, I think that it hasn't changed. But it isn't as raw anymore. With time, wounds heal and memories dull. Over the last few years, all I really see when I dream about the fire is the color red. Why would it come back again in vivid detail, even down to the smell of ash in the air, after all this time? And what was that? I don't know what that thing was, nor do I remember it. In fact, I didn't even see it. I want to throw up. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. A circuit breaker flips in my body and tells me not to think about it any further.
顔を洗ってすっきりしないと。
I'm drenched in sweat because of the nightmare. I don't want my sheets to soak it up and get all gross. Plus, my brain is in a fog. My arms feel sluggish. In fact, I can't put any strength in them, and I can't even get up.
どうなったんだこれ。
Damn it, even talking is a challenge. I slowly bring my hand to my face and realize it's pretty warm.
もしかして風邪ひいたのか俺。
That's a surprise. This is the first time I've ever caught a cold. I've lost count of the number of times I've been battered and bruised, but I've never gotten a common cold before.
だからあんな夢を見たのかな。体が熱いから夢の中も熱かったんだ。
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't think straight, so it's little wonder I'd have a dream or two. Whoa, 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 whoa. What am I lying around for?
なんでどうしてどのように。
I frantically sit up. Then I check under the covers. This is hardly the time to be worrying about feeling sluggish or tired. If anything happened, then I need to run to the bathroom in the morning and destroy the evidence. My first priority is to purify myself and then exercise my right to silence. To be frank, Shirou's stock in the Amiya household is in free fall.
別にそういうことはないようです。
Thank God. My entire body is drenched in sweat, but there isn't really anything else off about it. If you need any more, if you needed any more evidence that scene before was originally a sex scene.
夢だよな。そうだ。だってあんなの夢だし。
There's no way I went to school when I was asleep, and I've never done anything that crazy with Tosaka. My subconscious went there all on its own. After all, I'm still in clothes and I'm wearing and I'm still in the clothes I was wearing when I went to bed, and Saber's been in the room next door the entire
そう
time.
だよな。俺が出歩いてたらセイバーが気づかないはずがない。
I sigh in impalpable relief. At once, the tension drains from my body and I dramatically fall back onto the floor.
シロどうしました？今音がしたようですが。
I hear Saber's voice behind the sliding door. See? Even that was enough to get her attention, so it had to be a dream. Yep, a dream. It was absolutely positively a dream. If it wasn't, then I don't know how I'll look at Tosaka in the eye ever again.
シロ
いや、おはよう、セイバ。
どうしたのですシロ？横になったまま挨拶をするなどあなたらしくもない。
いや、ちょっと不測の事態が起きて。
Saber looks puzzled. Now, I'm thanking my lucky stars that it was only a dream, but now I have to confront a different trial. I feel slow when I can't even stand up. So how am I supposed to make breakfast?
37度6分。シローが風邪ひくなんて珍しいわね。
On the bright side, Sakura seems to be doing well. She casually gives me my diagnosis, a thermometer in one hand. I already figured that it was the case, so it doesn't come as a surprise. But the cold would make me feel this heavy, huh?
それで痛いとこは他にある？喉が痛いとか頭痛いとか。
いや、別にそういうのはないよ。体が重くて熱っぽいだけなんだけど。おかしい。
痛いところがないんならその方がいいかな。
いや、別にそういうのはないよ。体が重くて熱っぽいだけなんだけど。おかしいかな。
けどシローは我慢しちゃう子だから気づいてないだけかもしれないか。念のため他の薬も用意しとく。
Fujini takes some cold medication and cough drops out of the first aid box. She's an old hand at patching up lacerations and the like, but it looks like she isn't used to treating illnesses like this.
Thank you, 藤根。それとごめん。朝飯作れそうにない。
バカなこと言ってないの。シローと朝ごはんどっちが大切だと思ってんのよ。セイバーちゃんが呼んでくれたからよかったものの、いつも通りご飯作ってたら本当に雷落としたんだから。
She growls in sincere anger. She's right, obviously.
それとご飯なら心配いらないからね。さくらちゃんがおかゆ作ってくれたからお腹が減ったら食べなさい。
さくらがおかゆ？
She must be feeling better then.
さくら、体の方はいいのか？俺より辛そうだったじゃないか。
はい、ちゃんと熱は引きましたから心配はいりません。
Convenient since you're the only other person in this house that can cook.
夜も怖くなかったし、ぐっすり眠れちゃいました。これも先輩が見てくれたおかげです。
Oh God, Taiga. Oh, that's good. I thought it would take longer, but I'm relieved that it took her only a night to recover.
そっか、忘れてた。昨日はさくらちゃんが風邪ひいてたんだっけ？
そうだけど、なんだよ。その顔、すごくよこしまな感じがするんでやめてくれ。
もしかしてシロー、さくらちゃんの風邪がうつるような真似しちゃったの？
はあ？さくらの風がうつるってどうしてさ？
あれ？わからない？さくらちゃんの熱は下がってるんでしょ？ならシローがなんかしたんじゃないの？昔から風邪は人にうつすと治るって言うし。
I look at Sakura, not understanding. Finally, I realize what Fujini's running her mouth off about.
バカかあんた。昨日は熱上がって薬出しただけだ。冗談でもそういうの気にしたしない。止まってくれた桜に失礼じゃんか。
I feel myself blushing furiously. I imagine that my 37-degree fever just climbed to 38.
なんてね、分かってるわよそんなの。シロウにはそんな解消ないもんね。
それはそれでムカつくけど、誤解が解けたんだ。それでいい。
よしよし、それじゃ欠席届は出しとくから、今日はゆっくり休んでること。セバちゃん、シロウをよろしくね。この子ほっとくと何でもしちゃうから、布団に縛り付けておいて。
元よりそのつもりです。シロウが起き出さぬよう監視をし、食事を与えればいいのですね。
うわ、なんか物騒な言い回しだけど間違ってないからいっか。セーバーちゃん、その通りにお願い。
Saber nods. Is it just me or did I get a vague feeling of danger?
じゃあセーバーちゃんの言うことちゃんと聞いて、私たちが帰ってくるまでおとなしくしてるのよ。夕ご飯は精のつくもの買ってきてあげるから、それまでに体を治しておくこと。
Fujini nods with a smile at the impossible mission she's giving me. Behind her, Sakura looks downcast. She looks like she wants to say something that's weighing on her mind.
行ってきまーす。お土産期待しててね。
Fujini waves goodbye and leaves for work. I see Fujini off, then go back to bed. All I did was go from my bedroom to a porch, but the effort made me so short of breath I collapsed right back into bed. My fever isn't that high, but evidently I'm physically exhausted. Fujini's right, I won't be able to do much until I recover my strength in bed. Then, Sakura comes into my room, even though it's already 7:30.
さくら、どうした？もう7時半だぞ。そろそろ登校しないと間に合わないんじゃないか。
Sakura awkwardly avoids me meeting my gaze. Just as I noted that she's making the same expression as earlier when she looked like she wanted to say something.
先輩、私ここに残っちゃいけませんか？
She looks up and asks me a question. She means staying at home from school, right?
もしかしてさくらもまだ熱があるのか？
いえ、熱はもう引いてます。ただ、
She hesitates, like it's hard to say. She does still look pale, and it isn't reasonable to expect her to fully recover overnight after how bad she looked yesterday.
さくらも風邪気味だったもんな。けど大丈夫か？欠席届とか出さないで。
スルーしちゃおうかなって。
She means skipping class by pretending to be sick?
なんでさ、さくらは風邪ひいてるんだから別にずる休みってわけじゃないだろう。熱があるなら部屋で寝てないといけないんだから。
ですから、私の体はいいんです。
I understand even less now. What's Sakura trying to say?
そのですね、先輩が風邪をひいたのって私のせいだと思うんです。
なんだ、藤姉のたわごと真に受けてんのか？大丈夫、そんなことはないって。俺、最近は夜になると散歩しててさ、それで勝手に
それでもいいです。 私は元気で、昨日のお礼というか先輩の看病がしたいのでズルしちゃいたいんです。
なんだ、藤姉のたわごと真に受けてんのか？大丈夫、そんなことはないって。俺最近は夜になると散歩しててさ、それで勝手に風邪ひいたんだよ。
Apparently, Sakura feels responsible for my illness. If I'm being honest, I would feel better having her around. Saber needs to sleep, and it would be easier for me if Sakura could prepare the medicine.
先輩。
それじゃあ頼む、さくら。
そうですよね。先輩にはセイバーさんがいるし、私が残っても何も。って先
輩？だから看病を頼むよ、さくら。
私ですよね。
そうだよ。セイバーも時差ボケでさ、昼間は眠ってるんだ。情けないんだが、さくらが昼飯とか作ってくれると助かる。
私精一杯頑張りますね、先輩。
Sakura's expression transforms into a sunny smile, her earlier nervousness gone. Yeah, a smile looks better on her face. Time passes. It's now 10 a.m. I feel much better since eating Sakura's porridge. The sluggishness I felt this morning is gone. It doesn't impede my movement, and I think I could go to school if I wanted. However, I wonder if it wasn't a cold after all, but maybe the result of serious malnutrition. And just as I make to get out of bed,
ダメです。先輩、熱が下がるまで絶対安静ですからね。
Sakura rushes over and pushes me down. And Sakura seems so enthusiastic, she made me breakfast. Sakura seems so enthusiastic. She made me breakfast, and I still feel pretty slow, so I decide to still lay down. After feeding me, Kayu, she leaves, saying she has something else to do. Saber's resting in the living room. She was kneeling in the corner of my room until just earlier, but it was making me nervous, so I asked her to move to the living room. She protested naturally, but I convinced her to take up a different guard post just for today.
失礼します。お体の調子はどうですか、先輩？
おかげさまで良くなってるよ。体のだるさはまだあるけど、熱はもう下がってる。
よかった。それじゃあもうお薬はいりませんね。あとは美味しいものを食べてゆっくり休んでいれば安心です。
Sakura goes into the room next door and brings out a new futon.
さくら、何してんだ？
何って新しいお布団ですよ。先輩はずっと汗をかいてたんですから、そろそろ変えないといけないかなって。
She lays out the futon. She lays out the futon next to mine, patting it flat in a practiced motion. To my surprise, there isn't any dust at all.
はい、用意できました。どうぞ先輩、こちらに移ってください。あ、その前に着替えですね。私はお布団を干してきますから、新しい寝巻きに着替えておいてください。
After the futon, Sakura brings out a stack of clear clean sleepwear. Clear sleepwear. Such flawless nursing. This goes beyond mere experience or thoughtfulness.
きっと遺伝子にそういうスキルが備わってるんだ。
先輩、何か言いました？
言った。不謹慎だけど、 さくらが休んでくれてよかったって。正直さくらのことを見直しちまった。
当然ですよ。もうじき1年半ですからね。先輩のお家のことはちゃんと分かっているんです。
Sakura proudly puffs out her chest. Her confidence and positivity feels
そっ
infectious.
か。じゃ布団は任せた。ここは行為に甘えて病人らしく言うこと聞いてる。
はい、任せてください。布団を干し終わったらリンゴ剥いてきますから、期待して待っていてくださいね。
As soon as she leaves, she tries to sneak off to school. Sakura goes into the hallway, carrying the futon I've been sleeping in.
一気に全部持っていったな、さくら。
Impressed by her high spirits, I change into the pajamas she brought me. Now then, I dry myself off with a towel, change into clean pajamas, and obediently get back into bed to wait for Sakura. How long is this all taking, I wonder? Sakura peels me an apple as promised. I enjoy snacking on it, and...
もう無理は禁物ですよ、先輩。
She scolds me even though I feel better now, so I lie back down.
セイバーが手伝ってくれたのか。
はい、何もしていないのも疲れるからって。おかげで客間のお掃除もできて助かりました。
そっか。雑巾を絞るセイバーってのも見たかったな。こうダダーッと客間の廊下を雑巾がけしたのか。
はい、2人で一緒に頑張りました。セイバーさん、これはこれで参考になるなんてこと言ってましたけど。
Sakura smiles, looking slightly troubled. She might have gotten used to Saber, but she still seems to be getting used to dealing with her.
ともあれご苦労様。けどあんまり無理するなよ。さくらだって病み上がりなんだ。俺の世話だけでも大変なんだから掃除まですることないぞ。
そんなことありません。ここで朝を過ごして夕方もご飯を食べさせてもらっているんです。ならお掃除をするのは当然ですよ。私だってこの家の一員なんですから。そんなことありません。ここで朝を過ごして夕方もご飯を食べさせてもらっているんです。ならお掃除をするのは当然ですよ。私だってその。
Sakura mumbles under her breath, not wanting to sound rude by wishing it was
そう
true.
だった。俺もさくらも藤音も家族みたいなもんだった。
先輩、
遠慮して悪かった。家族なら看病ぐらい当然だもんな。俺だってさくらが倒れたらどんなに嫌がられても看病する。だから遠慮なんてする方がバカだったんだ。
I apologize. The conversation stops. After a moment's surprise during which Sakura held her breath,
はい、分かってもらえたのならいいです。先輩はちょっと人のことを大切にしすぎだと思います。
that's an understatement. She smiles happily and straightens out my sheets for me. It made me realize something finally. How beautiful this house is. The reason we've been tending to the unused rooms without even really thinking about it. How lively and lived in it feels. Just like when my old man was still around. My underclassman at school, my friend's little sister. That's what Sakura was to me when we first met. But she has been protecting this home even more than I have. For the last year and a half, the days were truly peaceful. I took it for granted so much that I never noticed. Sakura brought me and Fujini something that we never could have obtained on our own. Absently, I look up at Sakura. Maybe it's because I still have a slight fever, or because Sakura looks happy taking care of me. When I see her smile, it warms me up inside and makes me sleepy. Huh? I'm pretty sleepy. It feels nice. I feel bad for sleeping until lunchtime, but for now, I think I'll close my eyes and...
けど先輩、私は先輩のそういうところが大好きです。
I think she just said something that would send my heart aflutter.
さくら。
先輩、起きてたんですか？
People don't fall asleep that fast, Sakura. Sakura backs away from me in a panic. If she reacts like that, it only makes me blush. In fact, I'm worried I'm going to spike another fever.
その、さくら。
何も言ってません。私、何も言ってませんから。顔を覗き込んだのはですね。熱、そう、熱を測ろうって思ったんです。
She hastily takes out the thermometer and looms over me.
体温計です。熱を測りますから、加えてください。
I do not remember this at all. The thermometer inches threateningly towards me, its holder losing composure. I feel something squishy. It only brushed me, but it was Sakura's chest. My brain reaches its boiling point. Sanity begins to crack under the strain of forbidden memories spinning back to mind, and the sensation of the all-too-real female.
待て、さくら。ちょっとたま。
I make a last-ditch effort to roll out of bed. My body slides out of the futon. My first priority is to get away from away from Sakura.
先輩、お熱を測りたいんですけど。
いい、それぐらい自分でやるから。さくらはそこでストップ。
先輩がそういうのでしたらいいですけど。はい、それじゃあ体温計。
ダメ！今はダメ。頼むから落ち着かせてくれ。今近づかれると昨日の夢がぶり返して死んじまう。
I make a stop sign gesture. My face beat red. But
昨日の夢ですか？
I must be acting really weird because Sakura suddenly gives me a dubious look.
その、たちの悪い夢を見たんだ。
Shouldn't have worded it like that.
できれば思い出したくないんで、今はそっとしといてくれ。言っとくけど、さくらが悪いわけじゃないぞ。俺が修行不足なだけだ。
はあ、修行不足ですか？
Sakura watches me vacantly. Anyone would after hearing something like that.
先輩、その夢、一体どんな夢だったんですか？
Certainly not a replaced wet dream. Like hell, I can answer that.
別にそう大した夢じゃない。ただ、たちが悪かっただけだ。
先輩、
Ugh, Sakura's eyes become concerned. I can't lie to her, but I also can't tell her the truth. So I think this is the one I should make a second file on. I know, it's just a choice. We neither gain any point and or anything else. It's just a scene, so I won't lie. There's no helping it now. I'll tell her the facts without giving away too much.
先輩、誰が出てきたんですか？
いや、出てきたのは遠坂だけなんだが。
She immediately lures me into spilling the beans.
そうですか。そういえば、この前ここに来たんでしたっけ？遠坂先輩。
うん。すぐに帰ったけど、手当てしてもらった。
わかりました。それじゃあ体温計、ここに置いていきますね。
Sakura sets the thermometer down on the floor and walks to the bedroom door with heavy steps.
お昼の支度がありますから、失礼します。支度が済んだら呼びに来ますから、それまで休んでいてください。
She shuts the door with a soft thud. The sound of her departing footsteps feels colder than usual.
ごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさまでした。
We mutually thank our cook.
お粗末様でした。先輩もセイバーさんも綺麗に食べてくれましたね。
Sakura starts cleaning up. On the dining table are a clay pot, 3 bowls, and all the garnishes you would need for udon.
片付けは俺がやる。熱も下がったし、それぐらいしないと。
そうですか。それじゃあ体力検査ということでお願いしちゃいますね。洗い物は私がやりますから、先輩は食器運びとテーブル周りの後片付けをやっちゃってください。
Sakura puts on her apron and moves to the kitchen. I'll bring the clay pot. I'll bring the clay pot and bowls over then.
シロ、体は大丈夫なのですか？熱は下がったと聞きましたが、顔色はまだ悪いではないですか？
何？顔青いのか、俺。
いいえ、青いというのではなく悪いのです。マスター、魔術師にとって生命線ともいえる魔力が不足している。昨夜の戦闘ではシローに負担をかけた覚えはありませんが、あの境内そのものに魔力を吸い上げる仕掛けがあったのかもしれません。
Now that she mentions it, Ryudo Temple did feel off somehow. All the people inside were weakened, so maybe Caster set up a bounded field that to drain life energy from humans inside.
体は元気になったから問題ないさ。魔力だって栄養を取れば戻る。俺の魔力量なんてたかが知れてるんだから、ちゃんと夕飯を食べれば戻るだろう。
当事者であるあなたがそう言うのならこれ以上追求しませんが、まったくさくらの言う通りです。シローはどうも自分のことをないがしろにしている節がある。
Saber stacks the 3 bowls while saying that.
さくらに渡せばいいのですね。そちらの鍋も私が運びますから、シローはテーブルを拭いていてください。
She heads to the kitchen without waiting for my reply.
食器はここに。
あれ、セイバーさん。はい。洗い物はそこに置いといてください。
なるほど。それとさくら、先ほどの昼食は美味でした。朝に続いて感謝します。
私なんてまだまだです。おかゆとおうどんは先輩の独壇場ですからね。
I hear a cheerful conversation from the kitchen.
さくらのやつ、セイバーと仲いいじゃんか。
Maybe they hit it off when they were cleaning up after breakfast. Anyway, it's good to see them get along.
じゃ、食後のお茶の準備でもしてるかな。
I place a small pot and tea leaves on the table. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's the perfect time for an after-lunch break. Okay, this is the one where we have to avoid the Sakura point. Yeah, because if we don't get it, we completely avoid getting the rest of the Elia points we need. And we need those Elia points to avoid a bad ending. Yeah, we go shopping.
そういえば。
I forgot after all the confusion this morning, but I have a promise to keep to Elia. Okay, it wasn't exactly a promise, but I'm the one who asked if I could see her again, and so it would be really rude to not wait at the park for her.
セイバーとサクラは。
Getting along just fine doing the dishes. If I tell them I'm stepping out, they'll either stop me or try to come with me. It's better if I go meet Elia alone. I'm sorry to Saber and Sakura, but I'll just have to leave a note and sneak out. Somehow I left without them noticing. I did leave a note saying picking up food for dinner back in an hour, so they shouldn't be too surprised. There's nobody at the park. The small park surrounded by the apartment buildings feels forlorn, and it's so chilly it feels as if it could get thoroughly covered in snow soon.
イリアがいたところで何話していいかわからないんだけどさ。
I sit down on a bench. I set the plastic bag I'm holding down on the ground and look up at the overcast sky. It looks like the small souvenir I bought from the shopping district was a waste. I absently gaze up at the clouds. Maybe it's because of all the buildings around. From here, the night sky looks boxed off and more distant than usual. My breath mists white. The cold, dry air is freezing, and I wouldn't be surprised if it started snowing.
さて、帰るか。
I pick up the plastic bag and stand up from the bench. It's after 2 p.m. If I don't get back soon, they'll know I was lying. My legs freeze. I can't move them. No matter how hard I try, they just stay in place. The world distorts. No, that's not what's happening. My vision is broken. My eyeballs sink into my skull, and I lose any sense of distance from my surroundings. I finally realize that I'm in the worst possible situation. It's like my insides have turned to stone. My nerves are severed, and my vision feels cut off from the world. It's like looking at the world through a camera. I've become the protagonist of a video game, controlled by a joystick, and it makes me feel sick. Who wants to tell him? I'm going to be killed. Was it a mistake to go out on my own? Is this how I go out, unable to resist, not even knowing who did it?
なんてびっくりした。シロったら好きだらけなんだもん。面白いからちょっとからかっちゃった。
Excuse me. So this little prankster has been toying with me.
あ、戻っちゃった。さすがに視線だけの接触じゃ弾かれちゃうか。
She pops out from behind me. Ilya smiles smugly as if she's been there the whole time at the park, watching me from behind.
けど、自分だけで解除できないんじゃ、まだまだなんだから。外部からの影響がないと自分に戻れないようじゃ、この先思いやられるわ。
She lectures me haughtily. Of course, the joke goes over my head.
いや、お前いきなり何するんだ。いくらマスター同士だからって後ろから不意打ちは卑怯だろう。
不意打ちじゃないよ。さっきからちゃんと隣にいたもん。なのに最後まで気がつかないし、おまけにそのまま帰ろうとするし。今
隣にいたってイリアが？
不意打ちじゃないよ。さっきからちゃんと隣にいたもん。なのに最後まで気がつかないし、おまけにそのまま帰ろうとするし。今のはシローの自業自得よ。
Either she was really quiet, or we really weren't paying attention.
隠れてた。けど、それにしたってシローは油断しすぎよ。私の気配にも気づかないし、魔力をぶつけただけの呪縛にとらわれちゃうし、マスターなんだからもっと周囲に気を配りなさい。
Ilya scolds me in exasperation.
それはそうか。
It makes her feel like a teacher, and I end up nodding obediently.
わかればよろしい。で、今日はどうしたの？シロ、体の中空っぽだし、その割にはセイバーも連れてないし、休むんなら家で休んだ方が安全でしょ？
Yeah, but see, Ilya, you forgot to account for the fact that this guy is a fucking idiot.
いや、別に休むために公園に来たんじゃない。まあ、セイバーを連れてないのは確かに軽率だけど。
でしょ？あんまり様子が変だから放っておけなかったんだ。私から話しかけていいのは昨日でおしまいだったからダメだったんだけど、今日は特別。
Ilya says something strange. After all, I'm only here because...
それで、どうしてこんなところで座ってたの？私がマスターとして来てたら、シロは今頃死んじゃってるよ。
どうしてって、イリアに会いに来ただけなんだけど。昨日、また会ってもいいって言ったじゃないか。
She's surprised. It's not like we promised to meet, so that's to be expected.
なんで私シロを殺すんだって言ったのに。
それはイリアの事情だろ。こっちは違う。俺はマスターじゃないイリアと話したいだけだし、何より。
なんで私シロを殺すんだって言ったのに、シロは私に会いに来たの？
Ilya had a chance to kill me, and she didn't. If she let the curse keep going, I probably would have died. But she didn't let that happen, so I don't want to fight her.
ま、昼間戦わないのがマスターなんだろ。なら今はそういうのは抜きにしよう。俺はイリアに会いに来ただけだ。イリアは俺と話すより殺し合いの方が好きなのか？
そんなの言われても困る。私どっちもいっぱいだもの。シロと話せるのは楽しいけど、やっぱり許してなんてあげないんだから、どっちかを取るなんてできない。
This girl has such a had such a messed up childhood. It's no wonder she is. It's no wonder she can't. She can't really like come to terms with what she's feeling right now. She's never had any social interaction or anything that was healthy. I mean, the closest you're gonna have to Berserk is Berserker, and dude's not really much of a conversationalist. Io mumbles, looking downcast. Her expression is so sincere, it looks more like she's suffering rather than indecisive.
そっか。ならどっちでもいいよ。どっちかを選べなんて言わない。
あ、けど私。
ああ。けど今はせっかく会ったんだから話をしよう。お土産もあるし、戦うのはまた今度な。
I take a paper bag of taiyaki out of the plastic bag. It's cool. It cooled while I was waiting for Ilya, but it's still faintly warm.
献上品。今回はそれで見逃してくれ。
I push the taiyaki into her hands. Ilya hesitates, but still takes the taiyaki without saying anything. She gives me a small nod. I don't really remember what we talked about after that. Foods we like and dislike. She likes birds and dislikes cats. She likes snow but doesn't like the cold. She wants to play but she can't. She doesn't like the nagging maid who keeps an eye on her but could come to like her. Just silly stuff like that. Ilya seems happy just to have someone to talk to. She stuffs her cheeks with barely warm taiyaki and kicks her feet while sitting on the bench. It brings to mind the image of a daughter waiting for her father to come home.
イリアは一人でこの町に来たんじゃなかったのか。
ええ、セラとリーゼリットと一緒。私にはお目付け役なんていらないけど、身の回りの世話をする人は必要でしょ。
Ilya brought her two maids all the way to Japan. I understand that much, but is she having them stay in a hotel with her?
気になる？私がどこに住んでるか。
ああ、そりゃ気になる。イリアは神出鬼没だからな。居場所ぐらい知っておかないと、もしもの時困る。
If Ilya ever gets hurt or calls for help, I want to know where to find her. If she could at least tell me an address, then I'd feel a little better about it, but...
いいわ。シロは特別。そんなに知りたいなら教えてあげる。
She agrees. Ilya lightly gets up from the bench and puts her hand on my forehead.
イリア。
いいから黙って。あんまり抵抗すると違うものに入っちゃうんだから。 そうなったら元に戻すの大変でしょ。
はい。
I reflexively nod at her stern tone.
いい子ね。じゃあ目を閉じて。あとあんまりキョロキョロ周りを見ちゃダメよ。いくら映すって言っても他人の視点なんだから。シローがここにいる限り乗り物酔いをしかねないわ。
Ilya suddenly presses her forehead against mine. I close my eyes in surprise. Suddenly, my field of view accelerates at extreme speed, then expands. No, it's my consciousness that expands. I find myself looking at a scene I have never seen, peering down from someplace high up.
どう？見える？今、シローの視覚だけを私の森につなげたんだけど。
Ilya's voice echoes. I can't answer or nod. Right now, I'm only my sense of vision. I'm a tree looking out over a vast forest. I can't move my body because I've just been transformed into a silent tree.
日常は覚えた？それじゃあ次は城の壁に移すわね。
The image changes. I'm cut off from my body, but my vision still works. I'm still me, but I can't feel myself. After the tree comes a wall, I still feel my arms and legs, but I don't have any limbs to move. I feel like a body. I feel like I have a body I can move, but I don't feel free to move.
リーゼリット、イリアスフィール様の姿が見当たりませんが、心当たりはありますか？
さあ、イリアならどこかにいるでしょう。
リーゼリット、お嬢様の名をそのように語るのはおやめなさい。イリアスフィール様は私たちとは違うお方です。親方様より賜った使命を忘れたのですか？
セラはイリアの教育係。私はヘブンズフィールをイリアに着せる役。
そうです。物覚えの悪いあなたでもそれだけは覚えているようですね。
I think Liesrit was the one we were talking to when we met her in when we met at Unlimited Blade Works.
忘れてないけど、イリアあれを着せると嫌がるからあまり着せたくない。
それは私も承知しています。ですが時が来れば嫌でも着ていただかなくてはなりません。私たちはそのために作られた。お嬢様とてすでに覚悟はできているはずです。
セラ、
何ですかリーゼリット。
あなた疲れない？
全く疲れません。
I hear two maids with the same face and outfit talking. As soon as I realize they're the caretakers Ilya mentioned, I finally return to my body.
ご苦労様。どう？ちょっとした変身魔術だったでしょ？今の。
I would think that's more projection, wouldn't and wouldn't it be like not projection like the projection and Shirou uses, but like astral projection, if you know what I mean. I put my hand over my mouth and fight down the nausea. Because metamorphosis is to change into something. Everything suddenly became more real when the images suddenly became my own again. And it makes me feel sick.
今のなんだ。
意識の転移よ。シローの視覚だけを他のものに移したの。眼球から脳につながる神経があるでしょ。それをね、眼球からじゃなくて違うものから脳につなげたの。さっきの間だけシローの視界は眼球から得られる情報じゃなくて、私の森の木々から見た情報を見てたってこと。
つまり俺が木になったんじゃなくて、木の視界を俺が受信しちまって、自分自身が木なんだって勘違いしたってことか。
あら、物分かり悪そうで鋭いのね。
Hey! I mean, it's true, but hey!
ええ、今のはそういうこと。人間っていう機材はそのままにして入力先だけを移し替える魔術。人間を木に変えるなんてことは大事だけど、人間の意識だけを木につなげるならまだ魔術の域でしょ。遠見とか憑依はこの魔術の応用ね。
なるほど。けどそれはそれでとんでもないぞ。さっきみたいに木に視覚を移されただけで俺は何もできなくなった。転移は、
ええ、私たちの特性は力の流動、転移だもの。
なるほど。けどそれはそれでとんでもないぞ。さっきみたいに木に視覚を移されただけで俺は何もできなくなった。転移は相手を無力化する攻撃としても使えるんじゃないか。
例えば遠坂の魔術師は魔力を宝石に移し替えて、かついつまでも純度を保っていられる。その応用で他人の意識を力技で転移することもできるわ。封じ込めたいって思った敵がいた場合、そいつの意識の入力先を宝石の中とか身動きできない人形の中に変えてしまえば、そいつは無力化する。でも他人の意識にかける転移は成功率が低すぎて、転移を得意とする私や遠坂の魔術師でさえ攻撃になんて使わないかな。さっきシローにかけたのは特別。シローは抵抗しなかったし、あの森は私のだもん。本当はもっとつなげにくいものなんだよ。それに意識が転移先に移っている最中に意識の本体に刺激が与えられれば、意識は強制的に戻ってしまう。たとえ移された意識が本体の危機を察していなくても、肉体が危険を感じて離れている意識を呼び戻すの。さっきのシローだってそうだよ。シローの意識は木をかぶってる間は自分からは何もできなかったけど、シローの体をゆすっただけで体の方がシローを呼び戻した。
それって要するに夢みたいなもんか。
When I dream, I can't wake up on my own no matter how hard I try. Most of the time, I wake up when morning arrives. In other words, my body's habitual functions wake me up.
ちょっと違うかな。夢からはちゃんと理性で目覚められるし。そんなわけだから転移は攻撃には向いてない。自分にかける自己保身のための魔術なの。自分の意識の転移先を使い魔や身動きできる人形にしてしまえば、その体を動かして安全に魔導の探求を行えるでしょ。
つまり敵にリモコンロボットである使い魔を倒されたところで、自分の意識は本体に戻るだけってことか。
ええ、意 識を転移させるなんてことをする魔術師は本体を絶対安全な場所に隠すものよ。この場合注意すべきは使い魔の中でも魂のある使い魔への転移の場合ね。ちゃんとした命令系統、理性を持っている者に意識を転移すると主導権は完全にあっち側、魂のある使い魔の意識に行ってしまうの。だから人間とか動物に意識の転移をしても私たちはその脳の端っこで彼が見ている映像を一緒に見ているだけになる。リモコンロボットじゃなくカメラでしかないわ。すでに生物として生きている魂のある使い魔に自分の意識を移して支配するのは転移ではなく転生の域の魔術だもの。それはそれで一つの大魔術だから並大抵の魔術師には真似できないわ。
Reincarnation. Magecraft that lets a child inherit one's soul after death. Apparently, some mages have achieved it, but recreating the soul is a challenge of its own. One might manage to start life over as a baby, but if one doesn't inherit 100% and one's ability is from one's past life, that isn't reincarnation, but mere duplication. It's a replica, an inferior copy. The baby would be inferior to the mage it was reborn from.
転移先を生物にこだわるのなら心、魂のない使い魔を作ってその殻を操るっていう手もあるわ。ただ現代の魔術師の作れる魂のない使い魔ってあんまり強くないの。中身が綿の人形を遠くから魔力で操ってるだけだもの。そんなの術者のメッセンジャーとしてしか使い道がないわ。それにいくら使い魔や身動きできる人形に意識を移しても本体が老いて死ねば転移させた自分の意識も消えてしまう。術者が不老不死になれるわけではないわ。物質界において永劫不滅なのは魂だけよ。けど魂を単体でこの世に留めておくことは誰にもできない。魂は肉体がないとこの世にとどまれなくて肉体を得た時点で肉体の死を宿命づけられてしまう。アインツベルイや遠坂には今みたいな魔術が限界だったってこと。
The lecture ends. Suddenly, something rings out, announcing the time. The clock in the park reads 3 p.m. An entire hour went before I even knew it.
私そろそろ行かないと。シロ
んあ、そろそろ帰らないとまずいかな。
私そろそろ行かないと。シロも家に帰るの？
Ilya nods, then walks to the middle of the park.
本当はこんなこと言っちゃダメなんだけど。
She pauses, as if expecting to be rejected.
明日も会いに来てくれる？
The small white-haired girl asks me. That idiot. Do I even need to answer that?
明日も来るよ。今日はイリアの家を教えてもらったから次は俺の番だしな。
それじゃ約束。明日は絶対私から話しかけるからね。
Ilya leaves. The sky is gray. It makes the white-haired girl seem like a fairy.
ただいま。
どこに行っていたのですか、シロ？
You really should have seen that coming.
どこに行っていたんですか、先輩？
I scrambled back in a hurry, running backwards into the door.
上ではありません。一人で外に出るなとあれほど言ったではないですか。それもそのように体調が悪い時に私たちの目を盗んで出かけるとは。
セイバーさんの言う通りです。2時に戻ってくるって書き置きだったのに、今何時だか分かっていますか？先輩、2時間もどこで油を売ってたんです。
I'm definitely not talking to a psychotic child!
いや、待った。わかる。二人が怒っているのはわかる。わかるので少し。
If they can just take a deep breath, I should be able to explain myself.
分かってなどいません。昨日は学校に向かうというあなたの意見に従いましたが、今回は見逃すわけにはいきません。それほど元気だというのなら結構です。これから夕食までたっぷりと鍛えて差し上げましょう。
Saber brushes Sakura aside and advances on me.
はい、道場の掃除なら済んでいますから、気兼ねなく使ってください。セイバーさんの腕前は効いていますから、先輩もきっとご満足いただけると思います。
Sakura brushes Saber aside and lets me have it. I can see how that one wrong word will add oil to the fire. Will cast pearls before swine and result in nothing less than Saber calling our contract null and void.
シロ、返事は？
先輩、返事は？
反省してる。
The door to my house spitefully refuses to let me retreat.
それでは早速行きましょうか。さくら、救急箱の用意を。
Hey, hold on.
はい、どうぞ。存分にお気を据えてあげてください。
The two of them go off into the hallway in perfect sync.
今日の夕飯食えるのかな、おい。
Nevertheless, I don't know what worse punishment will await me if I don't go along right now. All I can do now is drag myself to the dojo as ordered for a thorough education. It's been a few hours since I started training. My sparring with Saber can't be likened to kendo. To begin with, Saber isn't trained in kendo and seems like she has no intention of teaching me swordplay. No, what Saber is literally pounding into me is combat itself. She's getting me used to fighting for my life, so I'll be able to maintain my composure and physical performance in a mortal battle against another master. This was Saber's idea, and I'm extremely grateful for the crash course. I won't be able to improve my swordsmanship enough to matter in 1 or 2 days. Shirou and Mia can only rely on the body he's trained until this day. If I can gain enough experience to respond to a life or death situation, that'll be the surest weapon of all.
そこ。
And as you would expect, the instant I'm distracted by my thoughts, Saber nails me squarely in the chest with a thrust from her shinai.
シロ、射程外に退避したことで気が緩むようでは話になりません。今のあなたの実力では周りの外も内もない。今のように気を緩めるのはこの家にいる時だけにしなければ。
すまん。確かに油断した。
I cough as I get up, rubbing the spot where she stabbed me.
シロは驚くほど鋭い時もあれば呆れるほど隙だらけの時もある。その揺らぎをうまく制御できれば。
Suddenly, Saber looks away.
なんかあったのか？
いえ、縁側でさくらが手を振っています。どうやらシロを呼んでいるようですが。
俺を？
I wonder why. Sakura was trying to stop our training because she couldn't bear to watch me get my butt kicked any longer. When I turned her away, she went back to the living room looking bored.
今に行ってくるけどいいかなセイバ
はい。鍛錬を始めて2時間ですから、少し休憩を入れましょう。
助かるじゃあついでに茶でも入れてくるよ
He's like all covered in welts and bruises with a big lump on his head. I'm okay! I hurry to the living room and see Sakura standing in front of the telephone.
そのお電話です。さっきから待っていますから、どうぞ。
Sakura steps away from the phone.
こんな時間にか
Is it Fujini? I pick up the receiver, expecting to hear her ask me to bring her something she left at home. 7 days. I still need to see the original ring at some point.
どれはいお電話変わりましたエミヤですが
エミヤですがじゃない。あんた何無断で学校休んでんのよ。
The speaker roars in my ear. Actually, there must be some crazy magecraft at work to make such a small speaker fill the room with her shouting.
聞いた
My ears ring and my head
ちょっ
throbs.
と聞いてる？エミヤくん本当に無事なんでしょうね。
聞いてるからもうちょっと声を小さくしてくれあと1回つついたら鼓膜が破れる
相変わらずっていうかずれてるっていうか、とにかくその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。はあ、心配して損したわ。
そりゃご苦労様だったなで要件はなんだよ
The entire school's dying!
いきなり電話してきてなんかあったのか
なんかあったのはそっちでしょ。あんた昨日あれだけ忠告したのに竜道寺に行ったでしょ。
なんでそんなことを知ってんだよお前
見張り役を置いといたからよ。まあその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。学校にいなかったからちょっと良くない想像したっていうか。
はあつまり俺がやられちまったと
そうよ、ズタズタにされて裏山に埋められたのかと思った。
You've been watching too many horror movies. That's a lot worse than a little mishap.
おあいにくさまこっちはピンシャンじゃなくて今にも死にそうだがなんとかやってるで要件はなんだよ遠坂
だからそれは
腹の探り合いはいいってあ要件って竜道寺のマスターのことだろうそれなら倒したいやもういなかった竜道寺のマスターは自分のサーバントキャスターに裏切られてたんだでその後は
I shouldn't say any more. I've been speaking in a low voice, but Sakura is still behind me. I shouldn't mention anything shocking, like people
と
dying.
にかく竜道寺にはもうマスターもサーバントもいない聞きたいことってそれだろ
そうよ、分かってるじゃない。
じゃ切るぞ今特訓中でなとにかく体中が痛い
I end with a later and move to replace the receiver.
ちょっと待った。
なんだよもう用はないだろ
あるわよ。いいから明日は学校に来なさいよね。大事な話があるんだから。
The caller violently hangs up. So that's so Tosaka.
たく昨日は言ったら怒ったくせに今日はこ いだなんて勝手なやつだ。
I return the phone receiver to its base. I turn around and go back to the living room to finish making tea. But Sakura is in my way.
さくら、どうした？気分悪いのか？
熱なんてありません。ただ先輩すごく嬉しそうだったからどうしたのかなって。
Me? Happy? Is she saying I was happy that Tosaka called me?
まさか、俺怒ってるんだけど。
だからです先輩自分で気づいてない。
Sakura awkwardly avoids meeting my eyes. I'm still confused, but I take the chance to finish making tea for 3. By the time training is over, everything outside is suffused in a dark red light.
先輩ブリの下ごしらえ終わりました。あとはかぼちゃとトマトですね。
なあ、そっちは片付けた。これからソースの味付けで終わったら焼きに入る。あと、今日は茶碗蒸しも作るから大鉢出してくれ。なんか昨日藤姉が奮発してカニ買ってきてくれたんだ。これが。
カニ風味かまぼこ五目ですね。あれ美味しくて綺麗だから大好きです。
With a huff of exertion, and Sakura sets the bowls down on the kitchen counter. I put my heart into making dinner as thanks for everyone's help during breakfast and lunch. I prefer if Sakura relaxed in the living room like Saber, but she's stubborn about not helping, and she always does. In the middle of the dinner hustle, the doorbell rings. Sakura is here next to me, so it must be a visitor.
私が行ってきます。新聞の勧誘ならお断りしますね。
さくら。
Sakura goes to the house entrance before I can stop her. Something is making me anxious. I put down the daikon and I've been peeling and go to check the front door. Whoever it is keeps ringing the doorbell. The nonstop ding-donging sound is almost manic. Sakura lets the visitor know she's coming and unlocks the door. An instant later... Oh, great. I hear a smooth, melodramatic voice. It clashes with the rude way its owner shoved his way into the house. It all happened in a second. The doorbell rang non-stop.
どちら様ですか?
Sakura unlocked the door. Shinji wrenched the door open and stepped aside. Fuck you, you little shit. Without missing a beat, Shinji grabs Sakura's arms and drags her towards the door, ignoring her dismay. I run. By the time I get there, Shinji's already 1 foot out the door.
何のつもりだ、シンジ。
やあ、エミヤ。妹を連れて帰るために兄貴が迎えに来たんだが。
連れて帰るだって。
おいおい。このうちじゃ妹の迎えに兄貴が来たらおかしいっていうのか？だいたいさ、人の妹をそそのかしてるのはお前じゃないか、エミヤ。まさかそれで僕の弱みを握ろうなんて考えているんじゃないだろうね。
I don't know what to say. Did Shinji just...
それとも何かい？いざとなったら大事な妹を盾にして影にこそこそ隠れようってのかい？そりゃまた随分と卑怯な真似をするな、エミヤは。
He actually went there.
あ？何その顔。お前バカじゃねえの？
シンジ。
いいじゃん今の声。いいぜ。この前の続きをやってやるよ、エミヤ。
My hand bulls into fists. I can't keep my cool. I think it's just a scene here. Yeah, it's just a scene here, but what comes after is the choice we need to make an extra save for. I'm gonna punch the little shit. I can't take this, nor should I. My hands bull into fists. Shinji smirks as if laughing at my anger and tenses. Sakura's sobbing voice brings me back to my senses.
さくら、驚いたな。お前が僕にそんな口聞くの、もしかして初めてじゃないか？
Shinji's voice is filled with an amusement I've never heard from him before. Sakura stares at the ground, slightly trembling.
で、さくらはどうしたい？ここに残るか、魔刀家に帰るか。僕は優しいからね。可愛い妹の意見は尊重するよ。
Fucking bullshit.
言うことを聞くから、先輩の前でだけはやめてください。
僕の言うことを聞くんだな、さくら。
Sakura nods wordlessly.
そうか。そこまで言われちゃさくらを連れ戻すのはやめておくよ。僕は寛大な兄貴だからね。妹のやりたいことはさせてやらなきゃな。そうだろ、エミヤ。
シンジ。
そんな怖い顔で見るなよ。さっきのはただの冗談。場の雰囲気に合わせたジョークじゃんか。いつまでも根に持ってると陰湿なやつだと思われるぜ。
Shinji returns to the door.
じゃあな、さくらをよろしく頼むよ、エミヤ。けどさくら、気が向いたらいつでも帰ってきていいんだぞ。
He leaves with the wave. Shinji departs departs the Emiya house without Sakura. I resume making dinner. I don't know what to talk about, so I just cut tomatoes and pumpkin. The only sound of the kitchen is the chop of knife and cutting board. This is awkward.
先輩、ご飯炊けましたよ。内村先生はまだですけど、そろそろご飯にしちゃいます？
ああ、そうだな。ちょっと早いけど、そうしようか。
はい。それじゃあ早速準備しますね。
Sakura moves briskly, helping me as if the earlier confrontation never happened. But it's obvious she's forcing herself to act that way. Sakura's acting calm because she doesn't want me to worry. If that's Sakura's choice, then I can only play along. She's the one who has most trouble right now. Even if it's a forced smile, I should still give her a smile of my own. Huh? I hear a sound of a bowl dropping in turn. A shattered rice bowl is at Sakura's feet. She suddenly collapsed. The strength goes out of her legs, and she falls to her knees, then backwards. I rush over and support her. It's bad. I can feel Sakura's fever even through her uniform.
しっかりしろさくら。
先輩、あれ、私どうしたんですか？
Her voice is listless. Even though she's on the verge of passing out, I can tell she's doing her best to form words.
どうしたじゃない。さくら、まだ風邪治ってないじゃないか。
いえ、けどこれぐらい大丈夫ですよ。
バカ、大丈夫なやつがいきなり倒れるか。
Damn it, I'm such a fool. How could I have let Sakura work hard all day when I knew she is still sick? Throw what happened earlier on top of that, and it's no surprise she fainted from the mental and physical stress.
それより先輩、お茶碗割っちゃってごめんなさい。すぐに片付けますか？
I scoop Sakura up in my arms.
先輩、
夕食は後だ。今すぐベッドに放り込んで寝かしつける。文句があるなら治ってからにしろ。
I walk to the guest house carrying Sakura in my arms. I ignore anything she tries to say along the way. To be honest, I'm in such an intense mood that her words barely register anyway. After a while, Sakura takes a hint and stops protesting by the time we get to the guest room. She looks somber and does what I ask. The fever appears to have worsened, though the rest of her body doesn't feel any warmer. I leave the guest room. Time to change the dinner menu. I need to hurry and make okayu and something to accompany it. It's almost 10 p.m. Dinner is over. It's time to get ready and go out on patrol. Sakura is sleeping in her bedroom. I ate dinner with Saber. Fujini didn't come over. Maybe she's busy.
シロ、そろそろ時間ですが。
Saber wants to head out. Tonight we'll... Okay, we are going to make a second save here. Because this is important for actually continuing. If we do any of these, we head on the path for a bad ending, because we won't have enough Sakura points. So I'm saving that for the bad ending video. I'm worried for Sakura. I can't leave Sakura alone tonight. My presence alone won't make her feel any better, but I want to be able to help her right away in case she needs it.
すまん、セイバー。今夜の巡回はなしにする。今はさくらが心配だ。
わかりました。マスターの指示に従います。
That's a surprise. I was sure Saber would be against it, but she simply accepted what I said without protest.
勘違いはしないように。体調が優れないのはさくらだけではありません。シロウも同様に疲労しているから今夜は休息するのです。 あなたの魔力は未だ満たされていない。さくら同様、今夜は無理をせず休むことです。
ありがとうセイバ
ー。礼は不要です。私はシローのサーバント。主の体を第一に考えるのは当然です。
With that, Saber sits down in the living room and pours herself a cup of warm water.
で、シロー、理解ある家臣に与える褒美とかそういったものはないのですか？
Saber asks me a question, her tone adorably mixed with petulance and anticipation.
ー。そっか、待ってろセイバー。
I divine her desire for a midnight snack and assemble a tray of tea and cookies that Fujini brought just for her, grinning wryly all the while. My magic circuit closes. Once the red-hot rod leaves my spine, I sigh in relief. My daily routine, which I've been neglecting lately, goes off without a hitch, to my surprise. Maybe it's thanks to my contract with Saber. I've always had a hard time forming my magic circuit, but it's easy now.
作るのに1分かかってるようじゃ使い物にならない。
All I can do is strengthen something into a weapon. If I'm taken by surprise, I'd still be in desperate straits with no way to defend myself. If I could at least shorten it by half to about 30 seconds.
今度、遠坂に相談してみるかな。あいつなら効率のいい魔術回路の作り方を知ってそうだ。
I don't know what she'll want in return, though, so I can't just ask her on a moment's notice. I hear footsteps on dirt. They're slow and unhurried. It's midnight. The person who comes to the shed, letting the midnight guide her path, is...
先輩、まだ起きてますか？
What are you still doing up? Sakura, the color of her face looks a little better. But my mind goes blank. Sakura's wearing something I haven't seen before. I take incomprehensible damage. She's just wearing regular clothes, dude. I mean, she looks pretty in them, but come on. Your hormones can't be that out of whack. They're clothes that Fujini gave her, but seeing Sakura out of her school uniform sends my head spinning.
先輩、
ああ、起きてる。さくらの方はいいのか？外、寒かっただろ。
はい、熱はほとんど下がりました。気分転換に外に出たら、こっちで物音がしたから、先輩かなって。
そっか。じゃあ、あとはあったかくして、ちゃんと寝るだけだな。うん。よかったよかった。
I light the stove I just fixed. Good, it turns on. It'll warm us up a little.
ここも冷えるけど、外よりマシだ。寝てばっかりで目が冴えてるんなら、話し相手になるぞ。
はい、それじゃあ、お邪魔しますね、先輩。
Sakura makes her way towards me with sure steps. I'm glad. She really does look like she's feeling better.
あったかい。ちゃんと治ったんですね、これ。
なんとかな。直し始めの頃はあんまりにもオンボロなんで、さすがに無理だってさじ投げてたけど。
そうですね。あんなの直すぐらいなら、藤姉が真っ二つにしたビデオデッキを直すぞって怒ってましたもん、先輩。
Gotta admire Shirou's dedication on that one, and I would have been like, fuck it, there's no fixing that.
けど結局捨てられずに持ち帰ったんですよね。
いや、それはその往生際が悪いのはこいつだけじゃなかったというか。
The stove was broken, but once I saw it could be fixed, I just couldn't leave it alone.
先輩、一度いたら聞かないから。物分かりがいいようですっごく頑固なんですよ。気づいてました？
頑固かな、俺。
頑固ですよ。それにすっごく強引なんです。さっきだって私の話を全然聞いてくれませんでしたから。
Well then, Sakura is in an oddly good mood, even though she's scolding me. Not that I'm unhappy to see her in good spirits again.
悪い。さっきはカッとして考えが回らなかった。
そうですね。先輩、私と自分に怒ってて怖い顔してました。先輩には迷惑をかけてばかりですけど、さっきのは本当に悪いことをしたんだなって反省したんですよ。
Sakura is so gentle. She's still getting over her illness, but how do I put it? It isn't the usual Sakura that's trying to do her best in front of me. It's like I'm seeing the real Sakura.
それで少し子供の頃を思い出しちゃいました。私、子供の頃は家にこもってばかりで言いたいことも言えなかった。私が本当の気持ちを言わなければみんなうまくいくって思い込んでずっと黙ってたんです。けどそれじゃダメですよね。私は心配かけたくなくて黙っていたけど、それがもっとお父さんや兄さんを心配させてたんです。
Callum234, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How's your day?
そっか。けど、さくらが親父さんや信者を大切に思ってたのは本当なんだから、さくらの気持ちだってちゃんと伝わってたんじゃないか？口にしなくても伝わることってあるだろ。
I'm doing good.
そうですね。それで先輩はどうだったんですか？私、先輩が子供の頃の話あんまり聞いたことないんです。
俺？別に今と変わらないんじゃないかな。昼間は街中走り回って親父の飯を作って、夜はここでガラクタいじってた。
Feeling bashful, I scratch my cheek. It's a little embarrassing as a man to admit that my life hasn't changed since childhood.
うわあ、街中を走り回ってたんですか？
そのパトロールの真似事。弱きを助け強きをくじくってのに憧れてたんだ。
My main battlefield was the park. I recall spending a lot of time where the other I recall spending a lot of time there with other kids my age, picking fights with slightly older kids. I vaguely recall one of the kids who was really clever for their age, whom I saw as a devilish nemesis.
なるほど。いじめっ子から街を守ってたんですね。
さくら、笑顔で言われるとさすがに我が身を振り返っちまうからやめてくれ。割と恥ずかしい。
なるほど。いじめっ子から街を守ってたんですね。先輩、昔からそういう人だったんだ。
I imagine Shirou came home with a bruise or two.
恥ずかしくなんかないです。私、子供の頃に先輩と会ってたらきっと子分にしてもらってました。私みたいな引っ込み思案には手を取って外に連れ出してくれる人がいないとダメなんです。
古文ってさくらな。
Actually, I bet Sakura would have trained with me daily if we'd known each other as kids. I can definitely imagine my younger self shouting motivational phrases at her as we ran along the riverbed or meditated in the dojo. Anyone watching us would have seen us as boss and minion. Then Sakura would have grown up big and strong under my guidance, like this. Or a devil in girl's clothing, like this. I feel a sudden chill. Thank goodness she turned out so modest and graceful.
先輩
That last minute face before Rin's image painted.
なあ、ちょっと頭が飛んでた。独り言なんで気にしないでくれ。
はいそれはいいんですけどその聞きにくいことを
いいけど、なんだよ。
Sorry, I clicked past that too fast.
それはいいんですけどその聞きにくいことを聞いてしまっていいですか藤村先生から聞いたんですけど先輩エミヤの家に引き取られた養子だって
あれ言ってなかったっけ？藤姉の言う通り親父の養子だぞ俺。
先輩それって
いや別に隠し事じゃないしその通りだし。さくらこそどうしたんだよそんなこと聞いて。
I clicked past it again.
先輩それってその
She doesn't talk much in the other routes, and since this is her route, we're talking to her a lot more. And I'm starting to realize how slow she tends to talk.
先輩は気にしてないんですか知らない家にもらわれていっぱい嫌なこととかあったんじゃないんですか
そりゃ藤姉の入れ知恵だな。まあ初めの1年はそう見えたかもしんないけどあれはあれで辛くはなかったし嫌なことなんてなかったと思う。
じゃあ楽しかったんですか先輩は。
This is the first time anyone's ever asked me that. After the fire, my first year with Kuretsugu was a difficult one. Spent mostly recovering from my injuries. After that, I've just been on the move day after day, like I still am now. I followed Kuretsugu's footsteps to learn magecraft, found meaning in helping as many people as I could, and spent my days roaming the town. Can I truly say I enjoyed it? I never had the luxury of considering that question.
どうだろう。楽しかったかどうかはわからない。ただ俺は親父みたいになりたかった。
それは藤村先生が言っていたような正義の味方にですか
Oh yeah, there was that conversation all the way back in the second session when we started the story proper. Sakura timidly asks, and I answer.
おかしいかな。
I feel bashful about it, but I say how I really feel.
いいえ先輩は間違ってませんまっすぐでかっこいいです
Her words are calm. Normally they'd make me so embarrassed that I couldn't look her in the eye, but the sentiment goes straight to my heart, and I feel like thanking her.
じゃあもう一つ聞きますね先輩もし私が悪い人になったら許せませんか
え
I'm taken aback by the sudden question, but if I consider it seriously,
さくらが悪いことをしたら怒る。きっと他のやつより何倍も怒ると思う。
I probably push everything else from my mind and scold Sakura in that case.
よかった。先輩にならいいです。
Sakura nods in apparent relief. Seeing her smile, I feel like this has happened before.
部屋に戻りますね。おやすみなさい、先輩。
Sakura returns to her bedroom. I watch her leave and get the odd feeling I'm forgetting something. I go back to my bedroom. I slip into bed quietly and avoid waking Saber and close my eyes.
思い出した。
Finally, I realize what's been nagging at my mind. That's right, it was in the shed back then, too. 2 years ago. No, a year and a half to be exact. It was 2 summers ago. Sakura had come over several times asking to help out around the house, and I turned her down each time. But she wouldn't back down. She showed up here every day, showing more stubbornness than I'd known she had. Eventually, I gave in. Her tenacity impressed me, and one day I called her over to the shed to declare my surrender.
さくらには負けた。負けたからこれやる。
It was an old key. Kuretsugu used to use it, and it had been put away in the shed for years. As I handed it over to Sakura, Sakura was shocked and vehemently refused it, saying she didn't deserve to have it. If memory serves, she insisted she was too much of a stranger to hold on to even a duplicate of the key.
あのな、毎日手伝いに来るくせに他人も何もあるか。これからは好きにうちを使ってくれ。その方が俺も助かる。
I didn't take no for an answer and pushed it into her hands. That's when I saw it.
はい。ありがとうございます、先輩。大切な人から物をもらったのはこれで2度目です。
That sounds incredibly sad. Sakura nodded, looking elated.
ああ、そうか。
That's what I was struggling to remember. Sakura always tries her best, and her smile is always kind and gentle. But I haven't seen her look this content since that summer day. Interlude 6-1. Ryudo Temple. Now a barren place since Castor's demise. The monks who collapsed due to an unknown illness all left the mountain, leaving the temple completely uninhabited. The gates are tightly shut to even residents of the temple, to say nothing of visitors.
ひどい匂いだ。鼻が曲がるどころの話じゃねえな。
A voice echoes in the empty temple grounds. His lithe blue form is illuminated by the moonlight. The muscular body without a gram of excess, and the long scarlet weapon belonging to the servant called Lancer.
おうおう、キャスターがくたばったってのに結界は健在か。いや、醜悪さは以前より5割増し。これに比べればキャスターは上品だったな。
Lancer casually peers out over the temple grounds. He grips his crimson spear. Intelligence gathering and observation are his primary tasks. He isn't happy about it, but orders are orders. It's his policy to follow his lord's commands and deliver the results asked of him. Accordingly, he skirmished with several servants so far and disengaged each time. Lancer hasn't fought any battles on his own initiative per his contract with his master. Tonight's scouting mission at Ryoto Temple is no exception. So he shouldn't need a spear. He can conjure his noble phantasm anytime he wishes. One would think it necessary to be armed when there's no enemy. One would think it unnecessary to be armed when there's no enemy to fight.
キーうるせえこと。キャスターは風使いと呼んでたんだが、水気の女だったのかね。雲だのカエルだの陰湿な輩が多いが。
He walks through the temple grounds. His manner appears utterly defenseless and unbecoming of a servant. So unguarded is he that on the off chance another servant is lurking nearby, he would surely perish in an ambush.
ああ、頭をすげ替えられたって線もあるな。ここは腐った小虫しかいない。持ち主不在の廃屋に救うのはお前たちの常套手段だ。
Lancer's foul mood doesn't lift. The blue-clad spearman admonishes someone who isn't present.
にしても一匹でかいのがいるな。どこの生まれか知らないが、山奥で獣と暮らしていた面してやがる。おまけになんだこりゃ、砂の匂いか。へっ、大雲かと思えば小汚い砂虫とはな。やだ。なんだってこんなしけた野郎の偵察なんかしなきゃならねえのかなった。
He bats aside a silver flash of light. With a single flourish of his spear, Lancer deflects 3 deadly darts from the darkness. The wicked daggers plunge into the ground. They are dirks, short knives made not for slicing, but skewering their unlucky target. Each was hurled with unerring accuracy at Lancer's 2 eyes and windpipe, respectively.
が、二度とはするなよ、砂虫。挨拶もなしで命を取られるのは趣味じゃねえし、何よりお前にとっちゃ命取りだ。
The muscle blue form faces the darkness. Something faintly shifts in the gloom of the shrine. A skull laughs, its bony facade as white as the moon. The battle commences without preamble. The white skull shrieks in no human tongue as it attacks Lancer, who meets his ambush without so much as twitching an eyebrow. The skull's thrown darts are on par with Archer's arrows. 30 in total are loosed from the darkness at very close range, and Lancer parries every single one effortlessly. The skull halts. That's strange. No matter how incapable a spearman, no matter how capable a spearman Lancer is, he surely can't have blocked every single one of the skull's daggers, each aimed precisely enough to thread the needle. Moreover, his opponent wields a polearm. The darts were aimed at the spear's blind angle and should have struck his opponent's vital points. So how could Lancer have defeated every last one?
まさかとは思うが、お前の芸はそれだけか。
Lancer's demeanor changes. He stops, and his merely curious hostility shifts to a determined intent to kill the skull.
ならこれでしまいだ。お前が何者か知らんが、まあその仮面ぐらいは剥がすとするか。
More daggers surge out of the darkness. Just as Lancer is about to advance on the skull, he's intercepted by a frenzied barrage. And that too is thwarted. With only a subtle movement of his spear, Lancer nullifies the attacks he shouldn't even be able to see. The skull mask trembles. It doesn't speak, but it gulps down its next shriek, staring in disbelief at the enemy coming for its head. It aims another dagger for Lancer's throat between a gap in his spear his movements. The skull mask trembles. As Lancer's spear deflects the daggers, it spins in a neat circle in Lancer's hands, arching up into the attacking skull's jaw. Defense and riposte. Both maneuvers executed perfectly simultaneously. The skull has no way of defending itself in mid-flight. The white mask falls. Lancer doesn't press the attack. His orders are to merely observe the enemy. Even if this is a golden opportunity to execute his opponent, he lacks the authority to make that decision.
言っただろう。俺に飛び道具はうまくないと。忠告を聞かなかったのはそっちの方だぜ。
Lancer reorients his spear toward his enemy, which is hiding its face and calmly watches. A dark body, a right arm contained in bandages. Its face, once concealed by a white skull mask, is now shrouded in darkness and difficult to make out clearly. No. It would be closer to call it featureless, as lacking obvious protrusions or depressions.
私の面を見たな、ランサー。
そりゃこれからだ。サーバントには違いないようだしな。どこの英雄かはっきりさせるとするか。
なるほど。余分な縛りがあったのか。道理で殺さないわけだ。
The servant retreats, cloaked in shadow. A dirk is clutched in his hand, its lethal intent towards Lancer undiminished.
やめとけ。生まれつきでな。目に見えている相手からの飛び道具なんざ通じねえんだよ。よっぽどのものじゃない限り、その距離からの投擲は効かねえぞ。
そうか。流れ屋の加護か。さすがは夏希の英霊。私などとは物が違う。
Huh. It was saying new servant information. And yet nothing seems to have changed. Or maybe it was a weapon? No, it wasn't. It might be for Lancer. Yeah, protection from arrows. I think that's it. Defense against projectile weapons. As long as the attacker is in vision, any thrown weapon can be tracked and dealt with. However, it does not apply to attacks from extremely long distance, nor does it apply to attacks that cover a wide area. Shadow's sway. The dark servant crouches down low like a spider. Then suddenly flings another dagger while leaping high into the air. Its high leap can be compared to that of a deer. If its high leap can be compared to that of a deer, then one might compare its frantic scurrying to that of a spider, snake, or scorpion. The servant flees, is hiding its face, and the speed of its flight is on par with Lancer. But Lancer's explosive bursts of agility are without peer. It would be unthinkable for him to need more than a moment to close in on his prey.
確かに喉を狙ったんだがしぶといな。治ってるってわけじゃねえし、あれはぶっ飛んでやがるな。
Lancer gives chase, his enemy skating on the wet surface like a water strider. His pursuit churns and splits the water in contrast with his target's elegant escape. But the water strider has no hope of outrunning him.
痛みで止まらねえんなら付け根でも切りつければよかったか。他の連中には通じねえ手だからな。つい後回しにしちまったが。
For a human, the severing of one's limbs or major arteries is a critical injury. A laceration to the aorta, for instance, would cause catastrophic blood loss, leading to certain death in combat. But this logic only applies to a conventional battle between mortals. It is unrealistic to expect a servant, a mighty heroic spirit, to die of exsanguination. As they are powered not by blood, but magical energy, injuring a major blood vessel would only amount to less effective secondary means of harm. It would be a different story if one were to cripple all four limbs, but no servant is easily immobilized. Anytime wasted on less lethal immobilizing wounds would expose the attacker to a lethal riposte.
なるほど。だが通覚を殺す手に頼るような英霊に治癒能力などあるまい。次の打ち込みで蹴りをつけるか。
Lancer crosses the body of water in a geysering gust. In 2 seconds, his prey will be in hand. In a flash, he moves to cleave the fleeing water strider from the hip. Lancer immediately leaps in retreat. The water's surface jumps. No, something in it bares its fangs. Dark thin tendrils trace Lancer into the air. It's as if the water itself attacked him. The spectacle brings to mind ancient horrors lurking in the ocean's depths. Lancer has nowhere to run. He strikes the water with a spear and uses every rune he possesses to inscribe a bounded field into the lake bed, but it's easily consumed by its pursuer. Dark tentacles surround him, eating up his safe haven second by second. Activated fully in concert, his runes are powerful enough to defend against a greater no phantasm, but they barely even manage to slow the thing down. Assassin cackles.
どうしたランサー動かねば飲まれるぞ
The water strider floats on the water, reveling in the sight. But it too is no exception from the tentacle's hunger. It doesn't dare approach the blackened water for fear of being consumed. It knows that the dark tentacles will instantly shift its attention to any new prey.
だがそうはいかん。お前を仕留めるのは私だ。未だ経験が足りないのでな。お前を打倒し、足りない知能を補わねば。
Like glints off the Strider's dagger, it throws its dagger at the immobilized Lancer. Still, it's futile. Even while fully engaged with this bizarre foe, Lancer is immune to the projectile attack.
まあ、強気になるのはわかるんだが。
Lancer observes the tentacles surrounding him. Assassin has lured at him a considerable distance from shore. It's 30 meters to the nearest bank. He can easily cross that piddling distance on a single bound.
そこで動かなかったお前の負けだ。様子見も済んだ。ここらで引き上げさせてもらおうか。
Lancer's body sinks, his spear warping. He takes a great leap into the air with the aid of his spear. But then, an utterly simple, straightforward attack is unleashed. A false heart emerges from Lancer's chest. From an impossible distance, and it's bobbing on the lake's surface. Assassins gouges out the spearman's chest. It is one of the purest forms of magecraft, the most simple of curses. A cursed arm specialized in cursing humans, passed down through Middle Eastern magecraft. Assassin's novel phantasm, Zabania, delusional heartbeat. It destroys Lancer's heart without fail. The spearman's lifeless body sinks into the dark water. Lancer can't catch a break, man. The water dances. It rises in stimulation, restless, brutal, vulgar. The sight of a caged, starving beast has thrown fresh meat. It would pale before the savagery. Countless dark tentacle-like appendages consume the man-made shaped heroic spirit. Floating on the black lake, the faceless servant drinking something red in delight. February 6th. Dialogue Lost Loop. That said, we are going to end there today. We are going over time. I just wanted to finish that scene. All right. So we made some progress. Let me just quickly check the thing. Because I'm thinking we might I was thinking we might find out Ryder's true identity tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next week. It might still take some time, actually. I don't know, we might actually learn our identity next week. Maybe. It'll be either next week or the week after. Anyway, let us set up a raid. So we do have Frostique who's doing art right now. We have Liari playing Elden Ring. Lunari Donna is playing Persona 3 Reload. Luma is playing Obscure. Cyberpunk Fox is playing Nine Souls. I kind of want to avoid that because I want to play it. Rico is doing cooking. Will Raid Lunari is playing Persona 3 Reload. She looks like she's still in the main game, so no spoilers for me, even though I still haven't finished the answer. Okay, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I do all my... if you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. I upload all my stuff there. And then you can also check my socials down there. Tomorrow we'll be finishing off River City Girls 2. And I've got to pull up in my Discord on what we'll play next. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.